Morning.
Mhm. I got one at the Asian store. Oh. I said, you put the lid on it so your tea can brew. And then you put the tea bag on the lid that I got, and it comes with a little spoon and looks like a cat. Oh, okay. The cup looks like a cat. It.
这块是가장这块예수나 가장 我跟你做伴奏的真机多啊！我跟你做伴奏的真机说。
아니요, 치치나 테스트하면
Oh, they're up there.
OK. Mari, Roma.
So we'll do the opening prayers, all of the opening prayers this morning, beginning on page 1 of the prayer book. All mother sentient beings, especially those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and all-knowingness, may they experience happiness and be separated from suffering. I will quickly establish them in the state of the most perfect and precious Buddhahood. Thus, until I achieve enlightenment, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. Until death, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. From now until this time tomorrow, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind.
nyö ma son zong je war de lung ye zong ge wa la gu.
All sentient beings, limitless as the sky, take refuge in the glorious kind Lama Vajradhara, the embodiment of the body, speech, mind, qualities, and activities of the Buddhas of the 10 directions and 3 times, source of the 84,000 categories of the teaching, and Lord of the Sanghas. We take refuge in the kind root Lama and lineage Lamas. We take refuge in the deities of the mandalas of the Yidams. We take refuge in all the exalted Buddhas. We take refuge in the perfect Dharma. We take refuge in the excellent order of the Sanghas. We take refuge in all the noble Dakas, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians, possessors of the eye of wisdom.
Nam gen da da nyam be sem je dam je jo je de som je de ye ye gua dam je je go zon do yon de de le do wen je je ngo wo jo ba a jo je bong bo dong zai jie jie zai jie ju ne bao bie gen de da wen jie jie nga da nga chen chen za wa dang yin ju ba rai jie bia ba ran de lao ma dang ba nam lai jiao zhen jie wo ye dang yin jing guo rai jie la zuo nam lai jiao zhen jie Ang jie jum den de nang la jiao zhen jie wo dang bie zhu nam la jiao zhen jie wo ma bie gen de nang la jiao zhen jie wo ba wo ban zhui zhi jiang zong mei zuo yi jie jie jian dan den ba nam la jiao zhen jie wo.
Until I attain the heart of enlightenment, I take refuge in all the Buddhas. I take refuge in the Dharma, and likewise in the assembly of the Bodhisattvas. As the previous Buddhas embraced the enlightened mind and progressed on the Bodhisattva's path, I too, for the benefit of all sentient beings, give birth to bodhicitta and apply myself to accomplish the stages of the path.
Changjo Ningbo Jie Wo Sangye Nam La Jiao Zhen Jie Chu Dan Changjo Samba Ye Zuo Lan De Ye Jiao Zhen Jie Jie Da Ngo Jie De Ye Jie Changjo Do Ne Jie Ba Tong Chang jo sen bie la bai la an te da lian xie ne ba da rai jie jian zhuo la pian dong de chang jo sen ne jie jie xian jie jian de ne la bai la nga ren ba xin de la ba rai jie
In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings.
Sangye Jodan Soje Jonam Dai Chanjo Parada Dane Jobsen Chen Dage Jenso Jinbe Sonam Jen Dola Penjer Sangye Dubai Shu.
May all Mother mother sentient beings, boundless as the sky, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness which is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion.
Nam ga dai nyam be sem jen tam je de wa dang an de ve ju dan den bar ju je dong ra dong ra ge ju da de wa ra ju je dong ra me be de wa dong men de wa ju je nye re ja da nye da je ve da nyong la ne ba ra ju je.
Refuge of all sentient beings without exception, divine subjugator of terrifying Maras, together with their hosts of demons, the one who understands all realities without exception exactly as they are, transcending conqueror, together with your disciples, please come here to this place.
Jumden Gurje Nende Yeso So Argan Baden Bube Dube Aloy Gengende Neve De Shada Bardi Zo.
The ground is sprinkled with scented water and strewn with flowers. It is adorned with Meru, the supreme mountain, the four continents, and the sun and moon. As a Buddha field, I offer it. May all sentient beings attain the happiness of the Buddha fields. Whatever merit I have gathered through prostrations, offerings, confession, rejoicing, beseeching, and praying, for the sake of the enlightenment of all sentient beings, all this I dedicate. Then page 11. Namo, to the Lama of utterly pure appearance and existence, I offer the fundamental ground of appearance and existence. I supplicate you to thoroughly liberate the three realms. Please grant your blessings and overturn the depths of samsara. Sublime Master, wish-fulfilling jewel, crown ornament, the inconceivable, inexpressible mind of the victorious ones, the one endowed with the five wisdoms of omniscience, gracious one, the embodiment of love, precious protector of beings, I supplicate you from within the essence of mind. Please grant your blessings from within the innate nature. Please bless me that I may realize the Dharmakaya that is beyond intellect, this primordially unborn, completely pure mind. Transcendent conqueror, the one thus gone, foe destroyer of afflictive emotions, completely perfected Buddha, endowed with logic and virtue, the one gone to bliss, knower of the world, captain, tamer of beings, the unexcelled teacher of gods and men, I respectfully prostrate, completely touching my head to the stainless feet of the unequaled Shakya king. At the time of your birth, leader of two-legged beings, taking 7 steps on this great earth, you proclaimed, I am supreme in this world. To you who are wise, even then I prostrate. Possessing a body of complete purity, your sublime form is excellent. An ocean of primordial wisdom, you are like a golden mountain, the one whose renown is evident throughout the 3 worlds, protector of supreme attainment, to you I prostrate. To you who are endowed with the supreme marks, whose face is like an immaculate moon, to you, the one with a complexion like gold, I prostrate. A flawless one such as you among the 3 levels of existence is most exquisite. Unparalleled omniscient one, to you I prostrate. Supreme among humans, captain of those to be tamed, the one thus gone who severs the all-binding fetters, who with senses pacified is utterly pacified and skilled in peace, to that one, the one who dwelled at Shravasti, I prostrate. Refuge endowed with great compassion, totally omniscient one who indicates the way, ground basis for oceans of merit and qualities, I prostrate to the one thus gone, the pure cause free from attachments, the virtue that liberates from the lower realms, the altogether supreme ultimate truth, to the pacifying Dharma I prostrate. Having been liberated, they also reveal the path to liberation. Thoroughly respectful of the 3 higher trainings, they are a field of sublime qualities. To the Sangha I also prostrate. And then back to page 9, or yeah, is it 9?
Namo Nase Namda Ge Lama Lai Nase Ye Ye Sen Choba Mbe Kamsa Yondra Da Sorwa Ne Nkorwa Tongjoy Se Jenje Loi Je Ye Ye Norwa Toge Jen Ma Sanwa Jome Jerbe To Jimbe ye nga dan de zeve danye ga de jan do wa jun de ren bo je da sum ye je nga ne sur wa de chun ye je nga de jen je lo sam do ne je me non dan de Juga Dobara Jinja Loi Jon Dende Dijen Yebai Dajumba Yandobara Zobe Sanje Regba Doi Jobza Demba Devara Yegba Jedan Jemba Jivan Dewa Akaloi Jorwa Lana Meba Namje Domba Nyami Jai Jejarbai Shabje Du Jama Mebala Goy Raude Dode Guve Chanza Loi Kante Ganye Zovoy Jodamze Sajan Dalai Gomba Duwar Ane Jedan Danai George Zon Dadan Keba Jelai Janzalo Nanda Gungai Joda Suzan Wai Ye Janzo Serge Lumbunda Adawa Jedan Zona Lange Wai Gombo Jonye Jelai Janzalo Anzanjo Denpa Jinmen Dawe Ye Sarandon Dawa Chiloi Changza Lu Jude Saba Somnan Zi Nyamien Jianjian Chiloi Changza Lu Amen Joy Duwa Kaloi Junze Jin Gunjora Jingwa Junze Diye Nye Ambo Shadai Nye Ye Shalai Ge Nye Yoi Shobai Dalai Chanza Lu Hongkong Tuje Jedan Boy Tam Jie Jianbie Dongba Bo Sona Yondan Jiang Zui Yin Ye La Jiang Zi Loi Ta Bian Da Jia Ti Wei Ju Ge Wei Ngan Song Le Zhui Xin Jie De Dong Dan Jiao Jiao Wai Xie Jiao Jiu Lai Jiang Zi Loi Zhuo Ne Zhuo Wei Lang Yang Dong La Ba Da Lai Rao De Gui Xian Ge Dang Ba Yang Den Ji Jian De La Yang Jiang Zi Lu.
Page 15. I prostrate to the youthful Manjushri, to those in the worlds of the 10 directions, however many there are, all the lions among humans who appear during the 3 times, to all of them without exception, I pay homage with respectful body, speech, and mind. The force of my aspiration prayer for excellent conduct brings all the victorious ones directly to mind. Bowing down with bodies as numerous as atoms in the realms, I prostrate to all the victorious ones. In a single atom, there are Buddhas as numerous as atoms, each residing in the midst of their sons and daughters. Like that, I imagine the whole Dharma Dhatu completely filled with victorious ones. To those with oceans of inexhaustible praiseworthy qualities, with sounds containing oceans of tones of melodic speech, I express the qualities of all the victorious ones. I praise all the Sugatas with the finest flowers, the finest garlands, music, ointment, supreme parasols, supreme lamps, and the finest incense. I make offerings to the victorious ones with the finest cloths, supreme scents, and fine powders equal to Mount Meru, all displayed in supreme and magnificent ways. I make offerings to those victorious ones. With vast and unsurpassable offerings, I venerate all the victorious ones. Through the power of faith and excellent conduct, I prostrate and offer to the victorious ones. Whatever negative actions I have performed with body, speech, and also mind, overpowered by desire, aggression, and stupidity, I confess each and every one of them. I rejoice in everyone's merit, the victorious ones of the 10 directions, the Bodhisattvas, the Pratyeka Buddhas, those in training, those beyond training, and all beings. I request the protectors, the lamps of the worlds of the 10 directions, who passing through the stages of awakening, attain Buddhahood beyond attachment, to turn the unsurpassable Dharma wheel. I supplicate with my palms joined together those who intend to demonstrate nirvana, to remain for kalpas as numerous as atoms in the realms, for the welfare and happiness of all beings. I dedicate whatever slight virtue is accumulated through prostrating, offering, confessing, rejoicing, requesting, and supplicating to enlightenment. Oh, and we'll do it in Tibetan too, so on page 14.
Baba Jambare Junu Jubala Chanzo Lui Jenye Soda Chuje Jedana Andu Son Yeba Meye Senge Dage Malu Tada Damje La Le Dang Aye Tangye Chanje Wu Zombo Jubia Mola Dodai Ge Yarwa Tamje Yeja Mozon De Shenge Dunya Lura Dubai Ye Yarwa Gunla Rada Chanza Loi Deje Dena Dunya Sanje Na Sanje Zeje Wunai Shoba Dai Dai Chuje Yana Maluba Tamje Jarwa Dage Kongwara Moy Dai Ngoba Meze Janzo No Yanje Yanlai Janzo Dagunje Jarwa Gunje Yonde Robjo Jing Yegba Damje Dage Do Medo Damba Jingwa Damba Dai Sinye Nandai Chube Donjo Dang Amarame Chodai Dubo Damba Ye Yarwa Dada Lane Chubar Je Anazai Damba Namdai Jenjo Dai Chema Burme Dai Gobai Jebaran Babe Jogen Je Yarwa Dada Lane Chubar Je and Choba Kana Lame Jaje Wai Dai Jarwai Tamje Layan Mo Asambo Jolai Debe Lodai Ke Jarwai Gunlai Changsen Chobar Je Dojai Shedai Demo Wange Ande bai da gen je bai chen je bai da dai dam je da ge so so ya cho je jar wai gun dai san je se ran jar nam dai lo dai me lo da ando wai gen je so na ga ya da dai gen je Je so da ye ra kan da cho je je da ro ma na jang jo ren ba san je ma ja ni an gong bo da da ge tam je la go la na me ba go wa ge da dong ga ye da la do gu la pe yin de we je ge wa yin ge du nie xiu ba yang da ge te mo ra ja zo wa ye chang ze wa da ju nian yao ba dong an ju sui ye rai gui ye zo wa ye ge wa jung ze da ge je zo ba Adam je zo be jang jo jian bu Good morning. That's today. So now he's in the
White Tara text. First Tibetan and then again English. English because this have melody. Oi namo sanje juzo gung jong de mar dan ro jam je san jo sem je doi namo sanje juzo gung jong de mar dan ro jam je san jo sem je do.
Namo Bhagavati embodiment of all the Buddhas, Dharma and Sangha. In you I and all beings take refuge and cultivate the awakened mind.
Om Bengane Dade Da Om Be Om Soba Vashadai Sarva Dharma Soba Vashadoi Renjino De Dormando Yonte So young ne len chan yong bol ngo no sam bon la bende de ba.
In a jeweled vessel is the torma, as clouds of pleasurable sense objects to those protecting the directions, land gods, karmic creditors and ghosts. We offer it, please abandon your harmful intentions and resolve to work for benefit and happiness.
Budange za.
Seeing myself as Aryatara, light issues forth from my heart center to the 10 directions, forming an impenetrable impenetrable protection sphere. Back to page 2. Again, white light streams out to all the Buddha fields of the 10 directions, summoning the Bhagavati with all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Respectfully I prostrate and make outer, inner, and secret offerings. I lay bare my negativities and rejoice in virtue and exhort thee, Buddhas, for the benefit of beings, to always remain and all virtue. I dedicate for great awakening the accumulation field dissolves into me. May all beings be happy, be free from all suffering, and dwell with open-minded equality. From within emptiness arises the sacred realm of Akanishta, with an ornate, limitless palace and precious trees strewn with garlands of precious gems and Utpala flowers. At the center of the palace stands a fine jeweled throne with lotus and moon, and in its center the letter Tam, radiating light, achieving the two benefits, transforming into myself as the wish-granting chakra, bright, white, and beautiful, my right hand in the generosity mudra, while the left holds a right lotus, and both legs are in the lotus posture. My major and minor marks glow with lights of the 5 colors. I am draped with the 8 jeweled ornaments, and the 5 silken garments. At my crown is Amitabha. In my 3 places are the syllables Om, Ah, and Hung. From the Tam at my heart white light streams to Akanishta, inviting the wisdom deity similar to the one I'm meditating upon, together with the empowerment deities who merge inseparably. Empowerment is bestowed and sealed.
za hong pang hoi abe he ga da samaya ye ye hong om ben zar gam ba den bu be de be lo gen gen de me ve de shabda ba de za
Gods and demigods with their crowns at your lotus feet pay homage to you. Homage and praise to Mother Tara, you who free from all impoverishments.
Noi dom den de me do wen ko lo ga de war dam da ye yong he par rang ang zhe ze men dan zen ang da zeb je ye gon de nen de je gar o jen gon de yo sin doi de dem te wa ren zen yo do ye ko le serem je son la ya zarze ye yon se mar ye dar ye ko le wa ze gar ze mar de ja jen ka zhong zhe le gang sen zhe gar ban zang wo ba sar de ka se we o je le ye ze bar do je jo.
Middle of page 4. At the heart of the Bhagavati is a white wheel with Tam at its hub, with Om and Ha to the right and left, encircled by the longevity. Mantra together with my own name, or those for whom I am practicing. In the 8 spokes clockwise from the front are the 8 syllables which are white, Their light gathers and absorbs all of the blessings, energy, and power of things solid and ephemeral, within samsara and nirvana, the supreme state of Vidyadhara, with longevity power is gained. In the wheels 3 outer successive rings, a Sanskrit vowel circle clockwise, the consonants turn counterclockwise. In the furthest ring, the Yedharma mantra is revolving clockwise too, as they rotate rays of white, yellow, red, blue, green, and violet light streams forth, filling my body and streaming out, forming tents with Utpala flowers, freshly blossomed in between the spheres. Their luminescence gives rise to thee, for enlightened activities and increase lifespan, splendor, and power.
Om Basama de Yaya Sova, 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 Om Basama de Om Basama de Yaya Sova, Om Basama de Yaya Sova. Om Benza Ajindra Yesova, Om Benza Ajindra Yesova, Om Benza Ajindra Yesova, Om Benza Ajindra Yesova, Om Benza Om Dare Dare Mama Yanjana Paya Patengoro So Om Dare Mama Yanjana Paya Patengoro So Om Dare Mama Yanjana Paya Patengoro So Om Dare Mama Yanjana So Om Dare Mama Yanjana Paya Patengoro So Om Dare Mama Yanjana Paya Patengoro So Om Dare Mama Yanjana Paya Patengoro So Om Dare Mama Yanjana Paya Om Dare De Dare Dare Mama Om Dare De Dare Dare Mama Yana Bale Bale Om Dare De Dare Dare Mama Yana Bale Bale Om Dare De Dare Dare Mama Yana Bale Bale Om Dare De Dare Dare Mama Yana Bale Bale Om Dare De Dare Dare Mama Yana Bale Bale Om Dare De Dare Dare Mama Yana Bale Bale Om Dare De Dare Dare Mama Yana Bale Bale Om Dare De Dare Dare Mama Yana Bale Bale Om Dare De Dare Dare Mama Yana Bale Bale Om Dare De Dare Dare Mama Yana Bale Bale Om Dare De Dare Dare Mama Yana Bale Bale Om Dare De Dare Dare Mama Yana Bale Bale Om Dare De Dare Dare Mama Yana Bale Bale Dare De Dare Dare Mama Yana Bale Bale Om Dare De Dare Dare Mama Yana Bale Bale Om Dare De Dare Dare Mama Yana Bale Bale Om Dare De Dare Dare Mama Om Dare Du Dare Dare Mama Yön Jana Böle Böden Om Dare Du Dare Dare Mama Yön Jana Böle Böden Om Dare Du Dare Dare Mama Yön Jana Böle Böden Om Dare Du Dare Dare Mama Yön Jana Böle Böden Om Dare Du Dare Dare Mama Yön Jana Böle Böden Om Dare Du Dare Dare Mama Yön Jana Böle Böden Om Dare Du Dare Dare Mama Yön Jana Böle Böden Om Dare Du Dare Dare Mama Yön Jana Böle Böden Om Dare Du Dare Dare Mama Yön Jana Böle Böden Om Dare Du Dare Dare Mama Yön Jana Böle Böden Om Dare Du Dare Dare Mama Yön Jana Böle Böden Om Dare Du Dare Dare Mama Yön Jana Böle Böden Om Dare Du Dare Dare Mama Yön Jana Böle Böden Om Dare Du Dare Dare Mama Yön Jana Böle Böden Om Dare Du Dare Dare Mama Yön Jana Böle Böden Om Dare Du Dare Mama Yön Jana Böle Böden Om Dare Dare Mama Yön Jana Böle Böden Sovai Dans les rennes no de
emptiness in a jeweled vessel appears the Torma endowed with the 5 desirable sense qualities. I offer to you Bhagavati. May the lives of glorious lamas and the Buddha's teachings flourish, and by that power may longevity increase for patrons and sentient beings. Front is the mandala, which is the abundantly arrayed pure realm, lovely to behold, and upon a glowing Udumbara flower in the center is a Bhagavati, blazing resplendent with marks and signs, 1 face and 7 eyes, her right hand in the generosity mudra, holding in her left hand Utpala. She's adorned with silks and precious gems. At her crown is Amitabha, and in her 3 places Om, Ah, and Hung. From the Tam at her heart center light streams to Akanishta and invites the wisdom being resembling herself, who then merges indivisibly. Om Bhagavati Buddhas and theirs, when I invoke you through the force of undivided faith out of great love and compassion, think of me and come.
Om Arya Tarim Benza Samayanza Dijale. Om Jayib Chanchu Beze Senang Sangwa De Kona Juyong Xiao Se Me Do Be Mar Me Zhe Do yo nang a jar se dai la me ban jor gan sang ge jo ren jam chen pa zon je.
Substances of offering, both real and imagined, I offer to the noble assembly as an ocean of Samanta-Bhadra's offering clouds, outer, inner, secret, and suchness, water to drink and water to bathe, flowers, incense, butter, lamps, perfume, food and music, and 5 pleasurables, objects of the senses, along with the royal emblems and auspicious symbols, the wealth of gods and humans.
Om Arya Dari Sabari Vara Argam Paden Pede Deve Aloken Gande Nevede Shabda Pade Sayeso. Sabaye Namangala Bunzo Ravlen Yelen Koyo Lane Don Same Nam Nam Yen Da Bezon Da Mazong Bogon Da Le Lang De John Den De Marble
Mount Meru and the four continents, subcontinents, and the enclosure, the divine realms and 3,000,000,000-fold Saha world system, the ornament of Vairochana, all things owned and all those not owned, I imagine them and offer to you Bhagavati.
Rana Mandala Punja Menga Avu Saye Puju Soye Medo Jam Rera Lenye Nye De Jembande Sanje Shen La Me De Perwaye Drogon Nam Da Shen De
This vast ground cleansed with scented water, strewn with flowers, ornamented by Mount Meru and the four continents, with the sun and moon I offer it, visualized as a Buddha field, may all beings enjoy completely pure realms.
Oi Jyutan Pama Dorma Dang So Je De Sun Yoba Ye Gyarwa Se Je Tam Je La Gune Dang We San Tsa Lo Me Do Do Be Ma Me De Gyar Se Ror Mo La So Bo Ngun Je Yi Je De Nembe Ba Me To Je Yi Se Zor Doma Mene Da De Ba Mege Jodan Saminga Sene Nyamo Wan Jurbe Deba Tam Je Shabar Je Nyindu Ranja San Josem Sose La Sobe Dezang Geva Je Sabo Zonam La Ne Da Yera Simje Namje Sambo Dong Loye Seda Jedava Jejong Temon Te Paye Jejeng Golo Gordezo Gorwa Jepsen Madomba Nyange Manda Tojeye Donga Jamtur Singwaye Zintien Olo Zesuzo Dage Sonan Jezaba Danje Sanjo Jejene Rembur Medon Ruwaye Dembe Bade Dajo
Middle of page 8 or third line. Noble Lady Aryatara, with all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas residing in the 10 directions, and 3 times with pure faith I prostrate. I offer both real and imagined flowers, incense, light fragrances, food, music, and the like. Please receive them. Assembly of the Noble Lady, since beginningless time until now, the 10 non-virtues, 5 heinous crimes, all negativity triggered by mind under the sway of affliction, I lay bare and rejoice in merit. All that's been gathered in the 3 times by Shravakas, Pratyekya Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and all general beings, please turn the Dharma wheel in accord with the different minds and thoughts of beings, the greater, lesser, and the common vehicles, and until samsara is emptied out, please do not pass on to nirvana, but with compassion, please look after all sentient beings drowning in the ocean of suffering. May whatever merit I've gathered all go toward the cause of awakening, and before long may I become a glorious guide for wandering beings.
Oi wong wan bin ga ne da zhe da hong pe wo me so ba wa she dai sarva dharma so ba wa she do ren jian ho de tor ma de ze je ba ma ba lo ban jo jem ze.
In a jeweled vessel is a torma, as the pure essence of ambrosia. To the Noble Lady I offer, please cause wealth and splendor to increase.
Om Jeb Man Pama Dorma La Chan Sa Lo Chan Sa Dorma Nyurma Parmo Jine Geje Lo Dan Rama Jide Sungun Juje Khaje Gesa Sewa Lene Soma Samsa Tunga Dawa Gunda Kawa Jane Zepe Sharma Kama Dondra Tsopa Namje Rabde Seva Urambarma Samsa Sengo Jene Jige Peme Sane Nambaje Jimba Tundru Kata Sheva Sopa Samdin Joyo Nyema Samsa Deye Jigba Zodon Taye Namba Java Juma Malu Paro Semba Tope Java Seje Hinde Dem Samsa Dudara Hong Yegen Dudan Soda Nam Kagan Jidin Dumbo Khabjenende Luba Meba Ngoba Nema Chansa Jase Melo Zombo Longla Nazo Jombo Roland Zanam Dan Nujin Chojen Dune Duma Sansa Deje Sadam Peje paron chongo rabden joma, yega yanjan xajenende, memban choba xendan barma, janza duren jikpa jemo, deja pawo namban joma, jeje kane tonye linze, rao tanje malu soma, sanza gonjo somso sajya, solme toka namba jema, malu chojen kolo jembe, ranga woje tonan choma, sanza rabda gawa jebe, wojen chengwa perma, yeba rabye dudara ye, dudan jidin wangdun zema, sanza sakye jongwa zona, tamjen gopa numa nyema, donye yowa yige honga, pongpa tamjen namba dharma, samsa dawa dambe wajen, jenpa rabbe zhona opa mele, daba hinda wunan zema, sansa kapa dame medar, bawen chenwa wunan nema, yejan yongkong kone gorga, daye pone naban jom, samsa saye ngola sagen, teye nanjen xabje dongma, tonye jenze yewe honga, ramba dambo nanen gaima, samsa de ma ge ma ye ma, nyangen de ge ye nyema, soa honda yang da dembe, deba jenpon jomba nyema, sansa kone korav ga ye, dae lene rabden gaima, ye jeba ngane gube, riba hong le dharma nyema, sansa dere yanam dabe, honga nambe saung nyema, rira mindara dambe zen, jiden sona yowa nyema, sansa layen soye nambe, rida dajin sana nama, dara niju peye yege, dona malu panesem, samsa laye zona jarbo, ladamam jidem, jeje zuda mulang imposir, samsa nyema dawa jebe, jinye bola ura sarma, hara niju dudara ye, hindu jabir nesem, sansa denye samnam goibe, yun tudayan dadim, dunda rola no jen sonan, jomba dure ram jo nyem, tsawa nga je du bande dan, jan tsawa nenye yo dai je.
Homage, Tara, filling form, space, desire, realms. Oh, sorry, that's not the beginning. Page there's a handout at the top. So, homage to noble exalted Tara. Homage, Tara, swift, courageous, eyes that flashes fast as lightning, sprung from Lord Chenrezig's bursting, lotus heart eyes, ocean of tears. Homage, Tara, whose face blends 100 autumn moons at their peak, shining with expanding brightness, like 1,000 stars assembled. Homage, Tara, golden mother, hand adorned with a blue lotus, giving effort, diligence, peace, patience, meditation, your sphere. Homage, Tara, thus gone one's crown, your victorious deeds are boundless, relied on by bodhisattvas who have gained every perfection. Homage, Tara, filling form, space, desire, realms with Tara, and whom trampling 7 worlds with your feet able to summon all. Homage to Tara, Sivir, Indra, Agni, Brahma, Maru, mighties, praised in song by hosts of spirits, zombies, centaurs, and yakshas. Homage Tara with trade and paid. You crush magic wheels of others, your feet pressing left out, right in, blazing in a raging fire. Homage to the very dreadful destroyer of Mara's soldiers, frowning with a fury on your lotus face, you slay opponents. Homage Tara at your heart, you form the mudra of 3 jewels. Your wheel shines in all directions with swirling sea of light rays. Homage Tara, crown emitting like garlands of jubilant joy, with mocking to Tara laughter, demons and the world you conquer. Homage Tara, you can summon all the hosts of earth's protectors, frowning, scowling with lively home. You save from every misfortune. Homage Tara with crescent moon, crown all ornaments bright shining. Amitabha in your hair knot, shining with eternal radiance. Homage Tara in a blazing eon ending fire garland, right leg stretched out and left drawn in. Joy surrounds you as you slay foes. Homage Tara, striking the ground with balm, stomping it with your feet, frowning wrathfully, shouting home. 7 underworlds you shatter. Homage Tara, blissful pure calm, you who act from peace nirvana, endowed with Soha and Om, you lay waste to the greatest evil. Homage Tara, joy surrounds you as you crush enemies' bodies. Savior's Rikba, speech proclaiming 10 seed letters. Homage to Ray, stamping your feet, whose essence is the shape home, shaking Mount Meru, Mandara, Bindu, Chal, and the triple world. Homage Tara, holding a hair marked moon with a heavenly lake, with twice spoken Tara and paid. You fully erase all poison. Homage Tara, severed by rulers. Homage and devas, armored in all cheerful splendor. You dispel nightmares and conflicts. Homage Tara, your eyes shining with the light of sun and full moon. You dispel severe contagion with twice Hara and 2 Tara. Homage Tara, whose 3 natures come and pay power. You slay spirits, the walking dead, Yaksha's most exalted Ture. This is the praise with mantra, and these are 21 tributes. Back to the text number and page 10.
Om Bhadro Doge Danro Demye Ja Tsonyi Zode Je Kong Je 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 Mente He De Zhe Zong Chun Jo Je Ro Kong Je Ro Ja Ye Sang Je
Tara, through your compassion, my own and beings to obscurations are cleansed, and to accumulations are perfected in all lifetimes. May bad conditions, the 8 and 10 fears, be pacified, and may our practice, diligence, and dharma wealth increase. May all beings be liberated from danger and become Buddhas like you. At the heart of the noble lady, the mantra chain circles a white tom, light streams fulfilling the benefits as lifespan and splendor increases.
Om Tare Ture Mama Yen Jana Panye Peten Guru So. Om Tare Ture Mama Yen Jana Panye Peten Guru So. Om Tare Ture Mama Yen Jana Panye Peten Guru So. Om Tare Ture Mama Yen Jana Panye Peten Guru So. Om Tare Ture Mama Yen Jana Panye Peten Guru So. Om Tare Ture Mama Yen Jana Panye Peten Guru So. Om Tare Ture Mama Yen Jana Panye Peten Guru So. Om Tare Ture Mama Yen Jana Panye Peten Guru So. Om Tare Ture Mama Yen Jana Panye Peten Guru So. Om Tare Yen Jana Panye Peten Guru So. Om Tare Ture Mama Yen Jana Panye Peten Guru So. Ma Jeva Mi Be Jeyena Yen Jetelam Desem Jen Gon La De Derma Danje Ba Gon Le Jab De Zo Ranje Ga Yen Bar Ma She Bar Sen Ye Mo Wan De Jer Ba Ye Man Ko Wan Chan Be Sem Jen La Yon La Mo Je Je Jab De Zo Jenene Jula Maji Paratanye Zega Jimda Jantang Belu Bala Yayanda Gelame Jaldaza Dobar Gavarangazam Tone Gomba Mevzepa Zawang Beyan Wala Yandrimba me Jabdaza Seram Zonye Me Yehela Nisan Zemba Pajaje Jeda Se Janjim Bono Lame Jabdaza Yanda Ge Don La Nevze Jan Jumre Je Demre Me Hebe Yevze Don La Mombala Yangun Jinje La Me Jabdaza Jeda Nam Gen Zinye Den Tanje De Da Ye Me Je Da Dong Lo Me Gonzo Lo Yonzo San Je Je Jabdo.
Page 11. Page 10, bottom of page 10. Within the mother unborn Dharmadhatu resides a mother, noble goddess Tara, mother who gives ease to all sentient ones. Please provide protection for me from all fears, not knowing oneself as a Dharmakaya. Mind has fallen under the sway of kleshas. For mother sentient beings roaming samsara, mother goddess, please provide your protection. When dharma has not arisen from the heart, one can get caught up in word-based sophistry. For those led astray by misguided doctrine, mother perfect goddess, provide protection. One's own mind so difficult to realize. Once it's seen more than it do not habituate. For those distracted by negative actions, mother mindful goddess, provide protection. Due to habits of dualistic fixation, to the self-born mind that is non-dual wisdom. For those who are bound no matter what they do, goddess of non-dual mind, provide protection. Though one may have realized the perfect meaning, karmic interdependence may not be known. For those confused about what is to be known, mother all-seeing goddess, provide protection. Though everything is indivisible from the nature of unelaborated space, still for those of us who are your disciples, mother perfect Buddha, provide protection.
Om Arya Tare Sapare Vara Argam Padem Bebe Debe Alogen Gende Nevede Shabda Baditaya. Mola de Pomba
and demigods with their crowns at your lotus feet pay homage to you. Homage and praise to Mother Tara, you who free from all impoverishments.
Om Ayatare Samaya Manapalaya Ayatare Dinoba Didande Dome Baba Sudakayo Meba Zobajayo Mebaba Narado Mebaba Savaside Mebaya Savakarma Sidame Zidang Yayang Guru Hong Ha Bangavati Ayatare Mame Menta Ayatare Baba Ma Samaya Zado ai Om Ayatare Samaya Manopalaya Ayatare Denoba Didane Dome Baba Sudakayo Me Baba Subajayo Me Baba Anarado Me Baba Savaside Medaya Savakarma Sudam Didan Yayam Guru Hong Ha Bangavati Ayatare Baba Ma Samaya Sadova Om Ayatare Samaya Manapalaya Ayatare Dinoba Didane Dome Baba Zudakayo Me Baba Subajayo Me Baba Anarado Me Baba Savaside Medaya Savakarma Sudame Tidan Yayam Guru Hong Ha Ayatare Baba Ma Samaya Sadoi Manyo Yon Samadrda Dalo Mombe Wangene Lomba Ganji Zunzula Bharadamba Zovari
Anything lacking or incomplete, please forgive whatever mistakes done due to my mind under delusion, and bestow the sublime attainments.
Und den dan lenjek dong korwa se de yone jong ne je dong wa so so jonam le ba zar do.
Please remain here amid samsara, connected with this support, and grant freedom from disease, long life and might. Please kindly bestow all things supreme.
Bottom of page 14. Oi jam chen che mu wan ja her da la men je ben u de nie la ma la ye tra ye yo.
At bottom of last page 14. Like the glory of a victory, banners peak as gods and humans make offerings to you, you grant cities. May there be the auspiciousness of spiritual teachers and deities by the virtue of my offering. beings. Oh, okay, not yet. Sorry, just.
mantra. Ngồi đà kiến nhìn trầm chư ba ye ghé ven rô nhờ chôn rô yo.
By the virtue of my offerings, approach and accomplishment, may all wandering beings swiftly accomplish you.
Okay, take a break. Go man, then very well.
Okay, so we break here. It's not working. So we come back near 30 days.
Okay. Yeah. Mr. Verse, continue with not bad.
Not bad. Not perfect, but maybe it'll get better.
It's the first time.
First time,
Good.
yeah.
That's perfect, yeah.
Oh, I enjoy just seeing it on here. So here is, this is it's a small plate, but I think that's okay. I think you can sort of stack it. That's all there's really space for anyway. Oh, right, yeah. Oh, and you know what? No, he said we don't need, I asked him if we didn't even put stuff in there. So then I can just grab it like this and put it? No, I mean, I think it's good to have the spoon. You can find a spoon. But the thing that's interesting is we didn't put anything in here. I'll go grab, I think I brought the spoons for me to grab it again. So I have one spoon. We didn't put anything in there, so I have that. We have to ask him about. You think it's okay to do a little piece of it? Yeah. Then, you know, what, like, I think when it says das over to our mother. Yes, I think that's where it is. But he'll, now that we have them, he'll probably, I think. Or, so I'm thinking maybe we should just do it, like alternate it, but I don't wanna like tell him what to do too much, you know, because it's like, you know, it was like his idea to do both. So, yeah. I don't understand, why can't we both say why? Because one is the self-generation. Oh, no. And one is the front. Right, that's how we also do for partnership. Right, yeah. know, right? Like, oh my God, what are they doing? They're just trying to like shove it in the temple. And the little club. That's so good in here. That's true. I mean, the energy feels good. I don't know about the temperature. All right, I'm gonna let you do it. Because, yeah. And, that's right, I guess. It feels right. Does it feel, it feels right? Yeah. But I thought you said it was the other way around, red? Yeah, white and red. Oh, okay. I don't know, like now I'm feeling it. I mean, that just, I didn't even pay attention to where I put them. So white, red. What do you think? What do you remember? What did we do before? That's what we did before. That's what we did before, but I don't know. I don't remember what was going on with you. Yes. He could, well,
Rich is okay, I'll take it. I haven't
you know,
received
I
that yet.
swear they don't remember either, because the reason why it's so confusing is I swear I've been told different things.
Like half of it?
Yeah. It's fine, I don't see him, it's not even a notice or a look. Maybe it can be like,
I guess I'm gonna pour the whole whiskey.
yeah. Does it fill it? Is it enough?
I mean, it's not like full, but I'm gonna
As clouds of pleasure, bosom subjects, to those paths protecting the directions, and God's karmic creditors and ghosts, we offer it, please abandon your harmful intentions and resolve to. That's good, right?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that's faster. Within and beingness arises the sacred realm of Aganisha, with an ornate limitless palace and precious trees strewn with garlands of precious gems and upala flowers. At the center of the palace stands a fine jewel throne with lotus and moon, like that, right?
I think that's good.
That seems faster, right?
It's one faster. Okay. Do you, so but in terms of like, it's not clear, right, whether I need to use it or not?
It's not clear, so, you know what, we can just put that, let's say, oh, wait, there's some space here, but there's probably some more little space.
Oh, I know, and then
Perfect,
so-
there's mine. But you cut cover.
So I guess now I have to do those, and then I'll ask.
Yeah, we can ask, yeah. We can ask at lunch too.
I got it.
My feet will be enclosed. And my shoes to me, there's always one foot that's tighter than the other.
Yeah, I agree.
My slip-ons are just fine.
Now that Skechers made this, tennis shoes that have a little bit more cushioning that you can slip on, you seen that commercial?
Yes,
Said I gotta get me a pair of those. Cause I have some Nike that the orthopedic guy said I should wear for the cushion. They got the Air Maxes that tile. It hurts.
yeah, but like I said, the new ones that you just slide into,
Those Skechers, that's incredible.
definitely the way to go. He has a hard time with the big back, buying shoes.
Yeah, that's why these pews are so uncomfortable, like, cause they're hard. They need the cushion, but I can't really sit anywhere else because it supports my back.
Well, this seat I have is
Yeah, like hers, right?
much more cushion than that. But that same idea, but you have a little bit more body room on mine.
I was thinking though,
Mine
because I
goes
was
back
trying to
all the way.
cross my legs like this. My hips are bad too.
Well, then that might not be the thing for you, there's nothing wrong with
I just
sitting
need to
down.
go, I just need a cushion. I was wondering, can I take one of those?
Yes, of course.
I just need something on my buttocks.
No, there's a lot of the people that are short, and you'll see they have cushions by their feet. And you can have them for your butt,
I just needed one on my back.
you got a butt cushion.
I'm learning. I try to see if I get this right, I can't remember. Is that in the Dharma, right? And then that's when you. Until enlightenment is reached. Or you can say the whole prayer. And then that's 3 times. You do it when you first come in, or you do it after you reach us, or it's
how many of these things open up
Oh,
for today and tomorrow. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. Well, yeah, but what are these as opposed to for?
Oh, I don't know.
10.
Lots of aromas.
Really?
This morning? I didn't listen to the development this morning, but that's the series of go through too. We'll see this afternoon. The more than anticipated this morning.
So, really, what's the lighting? Because it just feels like to like get into it more without the melody, so that's what they were.
I like the melody. The only thing I don't know is with the chanting of the text.
It's too slow. I already know that.
I like the
Yeah.
I like the way that you do English and major, but minor all like they do.
Well, is that what I'm thinking? Or?
No, kind of mimicking in
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
in melody as well as tone and
Right.
timbre. So just do your own thing. That's it. Oh, yeah.
He did. I mean, when I asked him about the melody, he said no, it's space long. But I'm gonna speed it up, so we'll see how it goes.
But I mean, I like the way it is.
Yeah.
It could go faster rather than all the fast than that. But for the could be a moment for art portion of you.
I think it'll be better. I mean, personally, that's what I prefer doing it that way. And I asked if you I said, let's go ahead and start it out. And then when I mentioned to Mel, she was very excited. So let's see. Is everybody a melody?
Let's do both.
Let's do both. Mama, 근데 양도
Music goma, çok. Bak çok. Ben tatlısı. Ölçük sen de.
Last
Ne bu ben dalı yok bir çorba.
Okay.
Bir tatlı.
Last one.
Ha, diyor ki sen de. Again. It's okay now. It's okay.
Oh, they built it? Oh.
다 양자한 것 같으니 똘마다 고 말이다.
So, Shodangare Gotsuyairete?
땡고니 잠도 심지
Yeah. So we'll start again with the sadhana, and we'll begin on the first page with the refuge and bodhicitta, but then we'll skip the torma,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. So. So we also actually don't need to do the blessing of the mala here either. So indicate put or gandete de bouquet. Oh, kung so tatong de yeah.
Namo Sanje Jodo Gunga Jande Ma Don Ro Jam Je San Jo Sem Je Do Namo Sanje Jodo Gunga Jande Ma Don Ro Jam Je San Jo Sem Je Do
Namo Bhagavati, embodiment of all the Buddhas, Dharma, and Sangha. In you I and all beings take refuge and cultivate the awakened mind.
True. Hoy Ranim Pama Sarve Toge Voy Sobja Drebe Sangho Yome Jo
Seeing myself as Aryatara, light issues forth from my heart center to the 10 directions, forming an impenetrable protection sphere.
Benzara Jaro Oi la yang wo ga so je shen den zhe yong de ne ma yar se dian ran je ge be san ze se na sang jo ba de ya ge wa ye ran ro den ge da yo ge go san jo jen bo ngo so ye rang den do gong de de yen do mar gen do re me da nyo yo dong bu ngan le ne yo me yen bo ran jian gu zhen de ren jian jie jian ba ba no ren zhen wen zhen de ren jian zhe zong yin jo je yong pe pe guan je xiao zong je zhong zhen bei wu nga bo ren jian jian jie da jie jian e jie jia wa wo ba ne song wu wa wo tu we dang ye ga le wong zhe bei wo me ne ne gong da wang lo jie jian zhang ye me wang guo jie lo
So then back to page 2. Again, white light streams out to all the Buddha fields of the 10 directions, summoning Bhagavati with all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Respectfully I prostrate and make outer, inner, and secret offerings. I lay bare my negativities, rejoice in virtue, and exhort the Buddhas for the benefit of beings to always remain and all virtue. I dedicate for great awakening the accumulation field dissolves into me. May all beings be happy, be free from all suffering, and dwell with open-minded equality. From within emptiness arises the sacred realm of Akanishta, with an ornate, limitless palace and precious trees strewn with garlands of precious gems and Utpala flowers. At the center of the palace stands a fine jeweled throne with lotus and moon, and in its center the letter Tam, radiating light, achieving the two benefits, transforming into myself as a wish-granting chakra, bright, white, and beautiful, my right hand in the generosity mudra, while the left holds a white lotus and both legs are in the lotus posture. My major and minor marks glow with lights of the 5 colors. I am draped with the 8 jeweled ornaments and the 5 silken garments. At my crown is Amitabha. In my 3 places are the syllables Om, Ah, and Hung. From the Tam at my heart white light streams to Akanishta, inviting the Wisdom deity similar to the one I'm meditating upon, together with the empowerment deities who merge inseparably. Empowerment is bestowed and sealed.
Ngoi la da za ho bang ho abe he ga de samo ya ye ye o ben zar gam ba den be be do be alo gen gen da ne ve de shabda ba de za ya Oi la dan la me du ben je ya de be mo la de ba le don de mo lon
Gods and demigods with their crowns at your lotus feet pay homage to you. Homage and praise to Mother Tara, you who free from all impoverishments.
Oi jam den de me to ko lo ga de wa dam da ye yong we bar rang an de ze men dan ze ngan da de ye ye gan de ne de ye ga o dian gong de yo se ne da de tam ze wa ren zen yo da jar go le se ra me je so la ya za ze ye yo se ma ye da ye go le wo ze ga ze man den ja jen ka ron de le gang zen de ga wan zong wo bo zor de ga je we wo de le ye je ba da ye
So middle of page 4, or last 2 lines, page 4. At the heart of the Bhagavati is a white wheel with Tam at its hub, with Om and Ha to the right and left, encircled by the longevity mantra together with my own name. or those for whom I am practicing. In the 8 spokes clockwise from the front are the 8 syllables which are white. Their light gathers and absorbs all of the blessings, energy, and power of things solid and ephemeral, within samsara and nirvana, the supreme state of Vidyadhara, with longevity power is gained. In the wheels 3 outer successive rings, a Sanskrit vowel circle clockwise, the consonants turn counterclockwise. In the furthest ring, the Yidharma mantra is revolving clockwise too, as they rotate rays of white, yellow, red, blue, green, and violet light streams forth, filling my body and streaming out, forming tents with Udbala flowers, freshly blossomed in between the spheres. Their luminescence gives rise to the 4 enlightened activities, increase lifespan, splendor, and power.
Om Tare De Tare Dure Mama Yanjana Puye Puten Kuru Sova. Om Tare De Tare Dure Mama Yanjana Puye Puten Kuru Sova. Om Tare De Tare Dure Mama Yanjana Puye Puten Kuru Sova. Om Tare De Tare Dure Mama Yanjana Puye Puten Kuru Sova. Om Tare De Tare Dure Mama Yanjana Puye Puten Kuru Sova. Om Tare De Tare Dure Mama Yanjana Puye Puten Kuru Sova. Om Tare De Tare Dure Mama Yanjana Puye Puten Kuru Sova. Om Tare De Tare Dure Mama Yanjana Puye Puten Kuru Sova. Om Tare De Tare Mama Yanjana Puye Puten Kuru Sova. Om Tare De Tare Dure Mama Yanjana Puye Puten Kuru Sova. Om Tare De Tare Dure Mama Yanjana Puye Puten Kuru Sova. Om Tare De Tare Dure Mama Yanjana Puye Puten Kuru Sova. Om Tare De Tare Dure Mama Yanjana Puye Puten Kuru Sova. Om Tare De Tare Dure Mama Yanjana Puye Puten Kuru Sova. Ta nyemba rojara tani ngendeni ma tesar khlave. Tango tani tes mandorba. Tamba jambo semji tani mandode.
So now Lamala will give us some teachings on the sadhana, beginning from the beginning with the refuge, the verses of refuge.
Ta nyamne tamje gongo la jamro semji yore. Te jamro ta chutang ham mo ba yongo yomare. Maso nambal hyodu ne jabdom hyon te hyo yore wa. Te chitni 가도이나 양이 양도 잠들로도 그 점신데 다때 전소세 받다. 맞은 남들 잡든 혼자서는 잡순도 여러 봐. Conjoson Japsamano, number Zawani Chayo, Mari, number member Jelly, young Lindsay, Yomaro. Then the Lam Lopale Javia, Jamro, Lam Mimbale Javia, Simji Sandua. Japsamasona Lam Lopa Chadi, Lam Yang Tabalando to Yomaro. Sanje Song Na Yi. No toku yomar te masona te tsama lama wal chate te le jobya la jamro se jute te jitni semji se jute la memba la jamya rindo ta pe rando yi si ke sam te la memba wa te le jamna kar si ko se na te yindo yimbing lo te je tabla ni semji is Then got him put it in the way. That's all. Japson Rona Japson wrote at the Unejaviate Chulatin Japodua. Chutek and Himbote Sambani Santuk San Rido. Those the 10 year got him chatted.
So first we have these verses of refuge and bodhicittas. It says Namo Bhagavati, embodiment of all the Buddhas, Dharma and Sangha, etc. So this is first on the first page of the sadhana. And so whenever we practice any practice, this is something that's a consistent part of our Dharma practice, this renewal, continuously renewing our vows of refuge, or stating our refuge vows by taking refuge in the three jewels. And so we always recite this again and again. We recite it at the beginning of any practice that we do. It's something that is, a continuous repeating practice of refuge that we do again and again. And the reason for this is because it is sort of renewing that refuge vow, and it is so central to our path, as Buddhist practitioners. Actually, this is what differentiates Buddhists from non-Buddhists. So those the refuge is that which sort of protects one from going astray or going into incorrect paths. And the bodhicitta, the vows of bodhicitta, are what sort of protect one from falling into kind of lesser level motivations or falling into the lesser path. And so if we if we don't have the vows of refuge, then it is possible to stray kind of into incorrect paths. And if we don't have the vows of bodhicitta, then it's possible to stray into inferior paths, meaning paths of practice that are motivated really mainly by one's own self-interest, really only thinking about achieving one's own benefit. And so one can still take refuge in that way, but when this refuge is then supported, so if there's not bodhicitta, then that just becomes refuge that is based on the kind of objective of one's own benefit. Then when we wed that refuge together with bodhicitta, then it's really focused on the welfare and benefit of others. And so once when we take the vows of refuge, this is the true refuge really is the Dharma. And the essence of the Dharma is love and compassion and bodhicitta. So this is very important to understand.
Te yinje menje kunjosan sanjel japsun roala tene yongo yore. Te memba ke jen kowa nani ten thore ke yongden la soba tobya te ta japsun ma sona yang. Je ta mo zambo je. Wa pe ta japsun ma sona ti chulo yinba nana yore wa ya shu la soba mo zambo mambo yore wa. Pe yinpin jin teni pe jemba la soba ja chenpo toni tende yore wa. Tende kantala tende ti thore ke erin kowa nana thore ke yongden pe yangja melu lana yang pe top tang yorwa la sopa pusung sopa yoni teni kale shira meni tende da yonga yore tele do de teni rinpa yin te ten kowa le tani ya chik tapa top teni sanje san ro se te yonga yomare tabal te yomare wa te yongwa sipa la yinje menje jab sun ro semji teni rinpa yin de ke sanje ke timpe ke tawa de sohako di tungto yongolwa.
And so when we say, like, without the vows of refuge, it's possible to stray into like incorrect paths or mistaken paths. And what that means is not like an entirely necessarily mistaken path, but at least in that without the vows of refuge, then it isn't possible to have, for one's path to lead to liberation from cyclic existence and full and complete awakening. So in order for that to be the outcome of one's spiritual practice, this really requires having refuge in the three jewels. But that doesn't mean that one isn't able to develop all of the positive and good-hearted qualities in other forms of practice, like other traditions and other spiritual traditions, like the Christian tradition and Hindu traditions and many different spiritual practices have methods for cultivating the sublime qualities of the heart, love and compassion, the mind that wishes to benefit others, and by developing these qualities, these lead to positive states within cyclic existence, but rebirth in the three higher realms as human beings and devas, or in the higher levels of gods and humans, and having an abundance of wealth and like relatively little hardship, and good health and so forth. But still, without the vows of refuge, this doesn't necessarily then lead to freedom, like true freedom from cyclic existence, from samsara. So in order for one's path of practice to lead out of samsara altogether, to lead to liberation and full awakening, then it's really necessary to be founded upon this mind of commitment or refuge in the three jewels, together with bodhicitta. So in order for it to have this outcome of liberation, there has to be the understanding of the view.
Japsa masona tarpata tamjin chi pasa togo rogo mari sejuti ki jumsin te karir sena tarpata ya tamjin chi pasa rogo la di toni kato nisu meba te la sanje kompa sakandwa nisu meba te lihis te nangpa sanje bu yone mato soje ke te tong yo mari langa te song yo mari te yinje menje ere konjosa ma japsun rogo ngozon de
And so again, the reason for saying that, without taking refuge in the three jewels, then one's path of practice won't necessarily or may not be able to lead to like liberation and full awakening, because the state of complete omniscience or complete knowing or understanding, the level of Buddhahood, is a state in which the true nature of all phenomena is directly perceived, the non-duality of emptiness. And so the Buddha represents that understanding, that view. And so that is why, for instance, we take refuge in the three jewels as kind of the foundation for like the seed that then leads to the manifestation of that awakening within oneself.
Waya ta nga tsu tong tsi ni pa ngon ru tong ma te kor te se lam na. Ngon ru tor ma te tang do. Te ni ma re la te ma re kan ru yo re. Thong ka se se na ya te te ma te la. Te ngon ru tor ma te ta sa ho sa ka yo ra o te. Ngarang cho ko te nyam gang to nyam su len pa ka sa cha tin khor yo de cho la. Ta ti da du zo ni ka zumi mambo yorwa. Zukjin da du zomba mambo yorwa so ne bar dan tu mambo yorwa. Yalan de wa si go na yi zumi de zo la. Jwa ya bo cha go yor. Tala ti sokjong ne ya zen do. Sokjong sin ne tang sokjong ti nga ni la pe sokjong de sokjong gyo sin. Se brava. 요요라와 이난디는 속정 쓰지들 믹사스 제브라와 멤버지 소 참말로 요닉 된다가 조믹 란데도 저라고 요래 네 이어세나 다 네다다 이다 되니 가가리 네다세나 다 가서 변나 디 강반도 sol라 조믹 다보 장도니 요래 네다세나 tel라고 요래 맞춘 강반도 저 나서 상등 맞춘 상고 요때 아 좀이 가셔가 고주인 상은 다다 정도니 된다 요래 네선 네다선 대지 입다선 다디 사장달라 맞춘 년도사 그 사커는달라 다보장도니까 양 요러와 네 위에서는 다 네다다 입다 된데 맞책 가장 또 막갑스 라바나이 마랑초라 렌차 담불롱 그다보다모 렌차 마사 불롱 마소 된도 요러와 대다 되니 돈나다 주믹 용보세나다 대사가 양 가르세 거로지 저당 냅다 엽다 저 le tarong te sar ngarong chol te sar no pa chi ni den yo bo se yo ra ni mo xie chwa ka chi de to cho tam che la ta to ma ho yo ta ti to ma ho jo te nga cho kan dal to ma chung chung ji da de te me pe tin chang re ba de to ma chung chung ji so yo ba de me pe tin chang re ma to de nguso ko so la top do wa de ma re wa ko zukjin de zumil de se nguso top do ma re wa de me pe tin se ne ni mo ne ta ne de ma so ko sem ji ya bo se ya ta de ni ma ta me pa sem ji ya bo se ne de ni de ko mang bo ji me de se ne ko so lo hong de mo ne ta ne de top do sa re wa 제 통도 요새 봐래. 그래서 코랑 소 좀미리 맞죠. 돼야 돼 좀미리와. 좀미 그때는 즉 생산 보고는 몇 봤으나 아 고절 때는 즉 더효선 때는 파테시도 되는 것을 덮고서 와. 되는 거 같지. 라틴의 고절을 핀토고 요사래. 저 대선지 생산 보적인 거.
So then the next section here then is the offering of the torma. So it is the preliminary torma, And when doing the practice, like say for instance, if you're doing like we're doing 4 sessions, retreat in retreat, then it's only necessary to offer this torma once a day. And so the objects toward whom we are offering are, all of those non-human entities that, are different various spirits. So like as we practice, there are these beings in our environment that, many of whom, we cannot see or that don't have forms. So just like there are many, beings that we see around in the environment that have forms or have bodies, there's also a lot of spirits or beings that do not have forms or bodies that we can see that also inhabit these environments. And so we want to have a good connection with them, just like we want to have good connection with the human beings that are in our surroundings or, also living in the same environment. And so this is how that good connection is established through offering the torma. A good connection is made there. And so there are different types of beings that are mentioned here, as it says, like those protecting the directions, land gods, karmic creditors, and ghosts. And so those protecting the directions, so often we talk about the 10 directions, so specifically, but here there isn't a specific number of directions. It's really these sort of protecting beings in all directions. And there are beings that don't have bodies. And then there's this word in Tibetan, which is Neji, which is actually here I think I translated it as land gods. But this is a combination, I now realize, of 2 types of beings. There's Neji, which are kind of like spirits of the hearth or home, and Jidak, Nedak and Jidak. So Nedak are like the spirits of the home, and Jidak are like spirits of the land. And so the Nedak, the spirits of the home, are actually like beings that live in your home. So we think, we own our house and we live there and this is our house, but there are also like non-human entities that also dwell there, that think of it as their home, as their house. And so then so there are those beings, and then there are also the beings or spirits in the land, the outer environment, that also inhabit the various, like the natural elements in the land around. And so not only that, but then there are also all of these other types of beings that we mentioned, for instance, last night during the empowerment. There are those beings like non-human spirits with whom we have karmic debts, or the karmic creditors, and along with other, types of spirits and ghosts. And so all of these, we, in establishing this good connection, when the good connection is not there, sometimes these non-human entities can cause harm. They can create illness, they can create kind of disruptions in the body, like heart and mind. And so in order to sort of pacify any of those disruptions or any sort of harmful intents, then we offer this torma. And so the torma itself, which is, usually made from tsampa, and it's like this little torma, that is really just like a visual support, he said. That's not actually what we're offering. It's just kind of symbolic. But the main offering, or the main power of that practice of offering, is bodhicitta. bodhicitta. And so reciting the mantra, having the visualization, and having the mind of bodhicitta is what enables this connection and for these other beings to feel the connection and partake of your gift that is made in meditative absorption. And so that's really kind of the main essence of what happens here. So this symbolic offering is made, and mainly it is in our purity of heart that offering has power. And so then in dependence upon the purity of our own heart, then it can actually benefit also all of these non-human spirits.
Tati jini sunko gonya. Tata karsino basini tochola torma trene pa kocho jang ren tang chadu. Tani ta parche nyamlen la parche manjong temren raola sunko ji gongong dwa. Ranin pa masa tuko sobjo tribe sunko yome jorti tsek de sabor. Ti sunko tela ti cheti nanan den song yore kollo. Koloni the desert kajayo. Yatab kajawa ta jese. Senin da. The kajaya na yi. The senin tela ki ko a ches and gohosari. Don koloni the desert kollo teso ko the tombari de ani the desert kajaya roje.
So the chatsanka
Oh, makaja yana, the Naranga Saron, the Jachambo Gorva. Sunko tell the end around Togane was entering it in the Sola. Sunko Teta, which Chasons and the Gosari.
And so once this torma has been offered or given to the dispel the obstructing forces, and the obstructing forces have been kind of sort of banished or sent off to like a very far away distance, and then the next step is to establish a sphere of protection, and this is then so to ensure that nothing from the outside can penetrate in, no obstacles can come, and nothing can be like lost or slip out, from what all the blessings that are generated on the inside. And so the way that we can visualize the sphere of protection is actually kind of like sort of like these symbols, the bupchin, you see, they have the bubbles on top. So it's like the two bubbles are kind of facing each other, or one on top of the other, but actually there's a little bit of space in between. So they're not like completely joined, but they're like these two bubbles, sort of spherical shape, really vast, really immense, and with some space in between. And so as you visualize this protection sphere, as it's mentioned in the text here, so like light radiating from the heart center then creates these sort of bubbles or spheres that are really extensive and vast. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay.
At the end of Gosari, Kolo in Bala. Yet the end of Nikaja.
Okay. So actually, it's not quite actually like the bupchen, he said. So not exactly like bubbles, but more like if you're familiar with the hats that they wear in Vietnam, they're like kind of these. Are they? They're pointy kind of, so like that, yeah. He said that's more actually like the shape. So like these two Vietnamese hats, kind of one on top of the other. Yeah. Korlo. But it's spherical. So actually it's not pointy. It's right? Pointy mare. Oh, inside is like a Dharma wheel. No. Okay. Korlo flat, right? Oh, la so da hako song. Right. So inside is like a Dharma wheel. So normally if we think of a wheel, it's like we think of a flat wheel, right? But if you think of it in the sort of shape of the hat, so it's like the wheel is part of the protection sphere, kind of, if you think of it like on the inside of the hat.
Data Sunko the Gongo Sayang, Achi the Tapti Nana the Yori. Data Sunko the Koloka de Yava Son Yori, then the young Samson Yongo Sare.
And so actually this is a similar, if you're familiar like that with the extensive Achi, the Jeba, the Achi Sadhana, the protection sphere is the same. It's really similar here where the protection sphere, it has like a wheel as part of it or kind of inside of it.
Oh yeah, Kantana, that's Sunko the Data with Chimbo, the Gon Chatu. The Nita Tin Nalo and the Cho Sapa. Cho Sa Yinla Dumba Dong Yora, Chua Parchisul Te Yore. Te Cho Sa Yinla Dumba the Dong Yortel, Cho Yen Jin Yoga. Lion will go so to him. When is an Antepe Kali, the Cham Yahi, Yahir and Yamisi go to Tenderidoa. Tatanga Sotama, Lon, the Tamal Gom Savaki, Wando Tang Yorova Mato. Jungo the Gons of the Rana Yangaranga Tokano won't train a Tekatini, So Yen Jin, Sama Godoa. So Yen Droma Gamo, So Selecatini, Sanjata Sancho Samba Mambo. Tatanga Suti Jamdo Mondo Yo the Choyen Yoa. Tina Yin. So the Roma Gamo in Balatina Yin at Soyen. Then the Jin Trans. Jomden them just a Jin Trangor, City Tate, Soyen the Jin Trango Yoritomo. Then it's Soyen Jin Trans have Jesus in La Duma Tango Yorova. Regan the Tan, the Chen Yon in the Sansa Sana Sancho, the Yagyo and Rodon course, Tayok Sancho Chimo, Titsek Sum to the Yala Dumba. Chasantina.
Oh, Sixum Gapar?
Chodanina, the Labdeo. That Soyen Jinri, De Jinity, in La Dumba Tang. Tini in La Dumba the Tang Sadu, Soyen the Rangla Tsord. Then the Senate, Durum Tendriva. King Achima Long to the Jila Yongomadua. Madongunes. Some take here some tango ya
relation do.
Gendra when you listen, Maran get Yamlisena, then Risha.
And so, so then following the sphere of protection, then we have the recitation of the 7 branches. But first, this is preceded by the invoking the field of accumulation. So the field, like all light, streams out from the heart again and invites all, like the Bhagavati, so Tara, as the main deity, together with all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas who come and abide before one in the space in front, in the sky. And then as a means to gather the accumulations, we go through the recitation of these 7 branches. But when we're practicing on our own, actually, he said it can be beneficial to take this part really slow and to sort of pause, like in after, each one, sort of really mentally generating the mind state. Of course, as we're doing it together, we're just going through the recitation together, and so it's happening as we recite, and we're not pausing like this. But in your own time, when you practice, you can take more time when going through these sadhanas, and to pause in each of the different sections. in any case, white light streams out from our heart center and invites the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions together with white Tara, who is like the main deity or the main figure in our field of accumulation. But we can think of this field of accumulation just like we do, for instance, during the Ngundro practices. There are a number of different practices where we have this visualization of the field of accumulation or the refuge field. And so it's similar in this way, and Tara is the main figure. And so then after we've established the field of accumulation before us in the space in front, then we go through, each of the 7 branches, prostrating, making offerings, and so on. And so then after we've gone through each of the 7 branches, then the field of accumulation dissolves into us.
Teni te charwatan soyen der wodu hyun rangla tem jodi te drupta kahiana na kara yorisa na te ngaran soka ta ti yinla dunba de tang lu teni soyen de soya tok jiba namba pe sen jibo rawa cha na teni tok jiba namba de goni so wodu hyun ngaran sola tem song samba tende se go son cheti na yang tende yang yore.
And so to go through what each of these 7 branches are, so the first one is paying homage or doing prostrations. Second is making offerings. Third is confessing all non-virtues and or negativities, or so confession or laying bare our negativities, as it says here. Fourth is rejoicing in the virtue of beings and all of the goodness and wholesome deeds and virtues of all beings. Then 5th is requesting the awakened ones to turn the wheel of Dharma. And then, so what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 6 is requesting the enlightened ones not to pass into parinirvana, but to remain here to benefit beings. And then 7th is to dedicate all the roots of virtue towards the ultimate goal of full awakening. And so then once these 7 branches are recited, then the field of accumulation dissolves into light, and then that light dissolves into our heart, dissolves into us. And sometimes the way that this is explained is that because we have done the 7 branches, like the field of accumulation has been generated in the space in front of us, and we perform the 7 branches, and in performing the 7 branches, the hearts of the enlightened ones are delighted. So through the kind of the power of their joy and delight, they melt into light and dissolve into you.
Matso ko koso la san singo trini koso tokji ko yo marada. Matso ko te tata te san sa jutan chopan pa je shakwa si ju te solo tene matso ko dripa jang. Matso ko dripa sanwal tene koso tokji ko yo re. Tende jagan tokji na jitsur te tende jari.
And so it's really important to understand that the reason why they're delighted, or that where the delight actually comes from, it's not that, that they are pleased because we're prostrating to them, or they're pleased because we're making offerings to them. But it's because through these 7 branches, through these actions, we are purifying our own defilements. We're, actually purifying our own hearts and minds. And from that, because we are benefiting ourselves, purifying our own obscurations, that is what is delighting, causes them to delight. So so sometimes people get confused about that, like especially with the branches of prostration and offering.
Tene dala choyen rang tem rokung de de che che na ni ba zon te shung do da da choyen rang tem su je de re tene rokung de de choyen rang la tem sa da nga so yang gar ko la sam no dang go yo re se na che mi ye ko da che mi ye ko de de sa sam no dang go yo re de choga pak che zun ro dang de cha de yo re de na du cha ne be nyong nyong cha song do ma do choyen rang tem sa ji su Lulu sen den. Teni samba chemi ke kol. Samba nyingje chemi, gawa chemi, danyong chemi, chemi yadda, semchin tamjela, pa tesak, jongna samba chemi, tit kotem, tesa samba dana. Mune sen dekhen rokoli riga.
And so then as it says, on the bottom of page 2, so it's the accumulation field dissolves. So the field of accumulation dissolves into us. And then it says, it dissolves into me, comma, may all beings be happy, be free from all suffering, and dwell with open-minded equality. And so what this is then is that when the accumulation field dissolves into us, what is generated there, the effect is the generation of the meditative absorption of the 4 Brahma Viharas or the 4 immeasurables. And so we can, spend some time again, especially on our own time, really thinking about each of these mind states. These mind states being, immeasurable love, immeasurable compassion, immeasurable joy, and immeasurable equanimity. And so we become kind of relaxed and infused with the qualities of these 4 boundless intentions or these immeasurable mind states.
Go zone ro hate ta te ni ti yin chu de che me yin chu de une se na hun ro le ta tong bang an le se ne ta ngu ye dang ko la gong sa ta te ngu ye la nga be la go yo le te ni te une se ne che ye wan ro yo pa ro yo go wan ro te le cha de yo le ta ngu ye dang la gong ba te ta rin ba ye de ka le rin be san dang go yo ro te nga so 초연 공부때 호흡도 갈라던 데서는 몇 바공 제발 요래. 초연도 호흡도 갈라던 데서는 콜 고름지자요 말아. 호흡도 깨je가 안 되는 데. 근데 오늘 전에 다다다 딘데니 zon데 우게 여당 라공사들 다 오늘 소냐는 팝네. 니 름바 인도 힙자가 건 던데서는 야 라지 될 던데서는 용요로와.
And so then, following that, it says, from within, emptiness arises. So what it is that up to this point, actually, we have been doing the preliminaries, the preparation, or the kind of the gunro to this sadhana, which, including, also this final kind of preliminary of meditating on the 4 immeasurables. And then when we start with from within emptiness arises, that then becomes the section of the main practice, the actual practice. From within the state of emptiness arises, and then what we're doing here is we're starting the generation stage. We're generating the form of the deity step by step in progressive stages, which differs from this section where we were meditating on the field of accumulation and then performing the 7 branches, because when we do that kind of preliminary practice of generating the field of accumulation and so forth, that arises instantaneously. So the tradition with those sections is that this is an instantaneous arising, of oneself in the form of the deity and the generation field generated in front, or the accumulation field generated in front. But then when that dissolves and we have, fulfilled all of the preliminary steps, and then we begin here with the actual stages of generating the enlightened form of the the deity, beginning from that basis, the ground of emptiness, from within emptiness. And then slowly, step by step, each kind of detail of the deity's form, the visualization arises. And so this is really where the generation stage begins.
내가 원이 초인산의 주도 조대 다 무바잠 무금 델라지 인제 민제 가르세 거라지 그래 연다 검당대 요 말이야 한데니 zon데데 담보 동바라 장 동방안에 라가르 고네 담보 동방안에 요와 야나 돈이 동바라 장야 그마도 줘요와 대매 봐요 말이야 되니 대랑문에서 나가 좀 남균이 돼서 돈이 또 콜라고도 돼서 요되나 요되는 줄면 나 공니도 인지민지 돈이 또 돼서 건드려 돈이 또서 저도 가보러 와 이나 때 돈이 콜존데 돼서 나랑 봐 로는 샤트 바지 된다지 매만이 어디 가서
And so when we generate the field of accumulation, this is just sort of like, it's a little bit more vague, meaning, this is just like kind of in our mind, we have the idea, it's there. It doesn't have to be that like each detail of the field of accumulation becomes very clear. But here, when we're doing the generation stage, then we spend more time with with the details of the visualization. And so, of course, the way that the visualization begins is beginning with the ground of emptiness, starting from the space of emptiness. This is how the tradition, with any deity that you practice, the deity always arises from within the state of emptiness. And this is usually often also preceded by the mantra, like the Swabhava mantra, or a mantra that is connected, with that kind of laying the foundation or purifying everything within the state of, and beginning from within that state of emptiness. But here we don't have a particular mantra. It just like starts off from, right off the bat from within emptiness. It's important to have kind of a sense of, that the deity's form arises from that basis. So of course, like to directly realize or dwell within the recognition, the direct realization of emptiness is difficult, but we can have a sense, sort of this general sense of about emptiness, kind of an understanding, of that idea that everything is the nature of emptiness and that the deity arises from within that purity of that original nature, the basic space of phenomena.
Tata Kazang Lamne, Nantong La Payimba. Now, Tamke, Rayin, the Tongba is on the thing when it done or Tate, the Tom Mabaka got it. Then the read, Koranka Rayin, then the reason like take over the Chago Yosari Mato. Tata ngaran so ke tamawa ke tawan de ngone dane ke dinjin yo nda da dimba yin sampangani tani la gomya tang de so sen no tumde kan yong ma song do ka ri sin nga chu tawan de dimba ra wa dimba no kon yo ta ya yo ma ra wa yo wan ro ma ra wa de tata nga so ye dang gon ne che nyam le sen ne che tumde yong ya yo ba de now we tune the so dimba mean. Now we tune the time take Rayin Tomba in. Tomba in Balatine, the Ninjoa Toya Yobata. Joan Roya Yobata, Jitende Toya Yobata. Telatine Yongo is. Then Gobolo Gangla Tomba Ni Rongwa. Telatian Ronga is.
Gangla Tomba Ni.
Tomba Ni in. Karena yang siapa res, Kala Tony Maroma Telekia and Roma. The Tomba ni Maina, Tenitela Kayas, Zoya, Mare, Sonyo, Tonda. Ombularuk. Dena is the Manta and Tatache. Now we shoot them the Karayin the Tomba. Raise and it on the Pachet as a Hako to Bure. Then the Jacoache Gosare. Dindi.
So last night, there was mention of this, this nature that which is referred to as the union, the indivisible union of appearance and emptiness, which is really pointing to the fact that in reality, all appearances are the nature of emptiness, that everything is empty in essence, and we need not have any doubt about that. So right now, the reason why we are practicing the generation stage is to undo the habits of dualistic fixation and kind of grasping to things in their ordinariness, seeing things as ordinary. We ourselves identify as ordinary beings, and we have a view that is one of, fixation to kind of this concept of true existence, of things actually being real. And when we meditate on the deity, this is a means to kind of transform that sort of impure perception which attributes like realness and solidity to things. But as we meditate on the deity, sometimes it is thought of as being like this kind of cause and result process, which on the one hand it is, but it is actually that way. The reason why it can function that way is because actually the nature itself is already the primordial purity of emptiness. And as is the nature of all phenomena, that there isn't any real true existence there. And the reason for the kind of the possibility of transformation, in fact, the reason why it is possible for karmic interdependence or cause and effect to function altogether is because of this nature of emptiness, because of the truth of emptiness. So as Nagarjuna has said, because all things are pervaded by the nature of emptiness, or the true essence is emptiness, anything and everything is possible. Like anything can arise. Everything can arise because of emptiness, because the nature of everything is emptiness. If it were not the case that everything was the nature of emptiness, then it wouldn't be possible for anything to arise. And so it is precisely because things are the nature of emptiness, like that the whole, like the entire realm of, possibilities, of appearance and possibility, has the potential or the ability to arise. This is why there is the possibility for this kind of transformation to take place, because of the truth of emptiness. And so it's important to have some understanding, of emptiness in this way.
Deta kuache yona tani tomba ni to George on the la onruk chaga sar de mena da tap the song do chetina na ji do an kala da wana yi da nga ju na wa kyu de so je yo ra ba de zo pa tomba la jang du de che sen me ban ju si dan de pa tomba la jang tap de do an kala de wana yi do an to go yona ko ren ba yin do nan kala pa sang ne yan ro ba me ro ba 나무 균다 담지 대가나 예선 밤에 바차바 대사마 안 대자지 동이
나무 추 담제 된다래.
바 동발 장고라 라공가 대 동발 장고라 대 장다대 던져서나 조거래 예선도와.
And so you can think when we have this part where everything is transformed into its original nature of emptiness, we can think of it being like all appearances, all phenomena dissolve into space, just like smoke. Like if you have a big, like kind of dense, billowing cloud of smoke, eventually what happens is that smoke, appearing kind of dense at first, it just dissipates into space. And so we can think of it like that, like all phenomena dissipates into space. It just disappears, it dissolves, like smoke dissolving into space.
What the Sene Dongba La Samcha de Tene Yang Jarjota, and then Lamdo Poran Jingu Centerin, Tambo Jin Koryok Pepe, Zihin Yidongwa. Pepe Dona Nyangiona Yin. The Dona Nyangiona Yin, the Logic Sango Sari. Tene Tender, Jagan Koryok and Alola, Tene, Poran Jingu Centerin Jingisita, Yayeka. Zihin Yidongwa. Tender exam. Teni ti yaye kanga nalo tana, ti u tana, teni ti din dan chata cho. Tewi rinchin chaza beda ten, dambon chaje, din chate me basi, din chate gang tena, teni tamye karpo je me basi. Ramba yinda. Tamye tena teni wazan cho dewa ajik sam. Wazir. Wazan cho ne teka tungni se song yorwa. Tungni de karus tena jik yorkoman chubata. Yang was the yin ma redok nation chongde, dek debyang, redok simchi debyang. Tuni the territoire. Avec the tenders was a drop the set, the manila. Tini digini, when is an atamia than aranga seri. The papa aranga semgrayi. Tini digin hope the color tamik the dormal nanger, dormal nanger dorwa. They got so drama child, I don't so. That and the Dagiriwa. Yiman doing Jesus, young Kahayam, that are bomb water.
So, establishing the foundation of emptiness from which this visualization arises, then we visualize the environment appearing as first a really beautiful kind of outer environment, like with gardens and all sorts of attributes that are really lovely to behold, and then within that beautiful outside environment, there is the celestial palace, a palace that arises that is likewise really delightful and just extraordinarily beautiful to behold. And inside this celestial palace, at the center, is a seat, a throne, made of precious jewels. And on top of that throne is a white tam syllable. And the throne has a lotus and moon, and on top then is the tam syllable, white tam syllable, and this tam syllable is radiating light rays. So it specifically radiates light rays 2 times and dissolves, accomplishing the 2 benefits or the 2 objectives. So first, white light rays stream out and make offerings to all of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, all the enlightened beings, and gathers their blessings, and then returns and dissolves again into the tam. And then a second time the light radiates out, and it goes out to all sentient beings and purifies their obscurations, placing them in a state of Aryatara, and then the light returns into the tam and dissolves again. And this tam syllable represents, it's actually the nature of your own mind. So the tam syllable is your own mind. After the light has radiated out and dissolved twice, accomplishing these 2 benefits, then you suddenly arise or instantaneously arise in the form of Tara. So you are now visualizing yourself as white Tara. And so this section is the self-generation. So you may have noticed that there are two sections in this text. We have the self-generation, where we're visualizing ourselves in the form of Tara, and then we have the frontal visualization or generation, in which we're visualizing Aryatara abiding in front of us or before us in the space in front. And so this is the self-generation first.
The program gomju kortela ta haje hipcha sen ro yo mare ta ka hele pe demjo tendo yena re yin de zigba kan de yo tani de zigba ka kado tang tani de ke jam tang do ma chun ju tani jinja ka re yo kado ka hipcha na yo ro tendo yo mare ta ji hin yu do wa ka ya ye kan ji gom na tendo do de ruptam de yong su kong rao de ren zeng chu da ke roma ka mu ruptab yo re ya se je ban rao de ya le ya ne cek de chod de ne dong da ji kwa ji jang cek de ma nyong ne de de da dang ga ji zhe yong chap da eri kan zhe xian rao de chu da gen ze ya ge ruptab de cha de
Oh, really?
de se mang re gong cek lo ri de se ka mang re de ya na dong da ji kwa ji jang re ya
Naso. The celestial palace is really just described as being, kind of jeweled and bejeweled and beautiful to behold. And so there are some cases where the celestial palace is described in great detail. So for instance, in the Chakra Samvara sadhanas, there are all of, what the walls look like, all of the different colors and the different parts of the celestial palace, all of the kind of details of ornamentation and so forth. There is a lot of detail there. And also, in general, sometimes with like in the more extensive sadhanas, there might be a very detailed explanation or description of the celestial palace. Here, it's just basically, it is extraordinarily beautiful and lovely to behold, very beautiful and attractive. But actually this is based on, or there's very similar, is a more extensive sadhana, the White Tara sadhana by Rigzin Chudrak, and there are more details there in the description of the celestial palace. But here in this sadhana, which was composed by Garchen Tunli Yongkya, it is sort of like abbreviated, this section of the description of the celestial palace. So all of the details aren't there, but they're contained within the visualization. So it's just like a more abbreviated form.
Hipcha yo nanda, me nanda, ngone ti jerang gomli ko gupa kareri daside, sen mayang teri doa. Tene ko dupa ka tene sen mayang chong sona tene drag charewa. Tene jepa tela yang pe jerang gomli yapo yen depa yena ta pinto yo yo sare te yang sarwan rawo yena te jang go na jen ro. Tende cha si pare sha. Kanta na te sen mayang basine. Cik ji dong zhen si du. Cik ji la di sen te. Di dong da di sen to le xia xia ma. Ro tu bi te. Te gupan ro te ri doa.
So then, whether or not, the version that we're practicing is a really detailed, extensive version or a more abbreviated version, the main point is that the mind remains undistracted, that we're really focused on, what it is that we're practicing, the meditation, the visualization. And so in some cases, it can be beneficial to have more detail because it keeps the mind kind of focused on the practice. But if there is still, if with like fewer kind of details or fewer words, the mind is able to remain undistracted, then this is then it really doesn't matter. So the main point is that the mind is able to stay with what is actually being recited, what is being practiced. And in these sections, when we're reciting the text like this, so it is a meditation as we recite. So as we recite, what it is that is being described in the text is what is kind of arising forth in the mind as we recite it.
Teni ngaran Roma kamo gong ta te dan Roma kamo kanda yote mala kwendo ta te ja sarboji meni ge pa dan thankar te yana chogo yorwa. Te na yin che ngaran te na yin che gom sabu ge ji so teni ne so ni ngaran ge chok te no ba me yo ba gong gorwa ya ji te na. Teni ngaran ke ne so ni owa hon da tu wi tam ka za wan la ba na yi. Tele wo zen trini teni yi hi sen ba jin zhang si ji. Yi hi sen ba si ji ta ngune ke jib chen ro ma de. Ngaran so ke ta don zen ba ji yo re on de ta ngaran ke ta sa de gom de wa sen nan ta sa sam de ban ro ji ying ma. De ta ngune de da ma re wa sam ban ro ji yang yong de ke yo ro wa. Te zimba tang, di sam no de, yang ya je ta yi hi simba, ngune de jin zhan, nga rang zo la, gom de ba de la, temne teni, cho la cho ya ba na yin temne, teni ni su me ba jo se ne, ta ngune zhan de cha song sam ba, teni se go yo ro wa.
And so when we then arise ourselves in the form of the deity, we're visualizing ourselves as white Tara. We want to develop a clear visualization, and we can do so by referring to, for instance, an image that appeals to us or that we're familiar with from like a tanka or any other image of Tara. So we meditate on ourselves in that form, just like that. And then in our three syllables in our three places are the three syllables. And at our crown is Buddha Amitabha. So our crown has the ornament, the top ornament, that is the nature of Buddha Amitabha. And in our three places are the syllables. At the forehead is a white Om, at the throat is a red Ah, at the heart is a blue Hung. And so it's just like, for instance, when we receive the empowerment, the white, red, and blue light stream out and invite the wisdom being. So what's referred to as the wisdom being, which is the outer manifestation of Tara, who dwells, in the Buddha fields. And so the reason for this is because we have sort of this fixation that's like thinking like, oh, but I'm just an ordinary being, and like, Tara is this external, kind of being, and I, just with what I'm visualizing here, I'm visualizing myself as Tara, but I'm not really Tara. And so then to kind of clear away that doubt, that hesitation, we have this process of the light streaming out, radiating out, inviting the external representation of Tara, who then comes and dissolves into us, and we become indivisible. And so that is, what that process is meant to do, is to purify that kind of mistaken concept or clinging to thinking of ourselves as ordinary, and thinking that, with that dualistic idea that there's this external real Tara and we're just, these ordinary beings pretending to be Tara. And then when the wisdom being comes and dissolves into us, it's like, water being poured into water mixing with water.
다 chola yaba tawa ta namka tenpa tawa si je nga rewa. Ten tel saja je yore te saja tela dakji ge kapsu za hong bam ho sin choka ko ne ho choka ko do wa tenen dwenji kapsu yang yo re de ti kapsu za hong bam ho zo ne ti sa ja de ka pa yo ya tan cho ya ti te che pa che yo re.
So then with the recitation of the mantra Za Hong Bam Ho, that's where that merging occurs, which is like water dissolving or water being poured into water mixing with water. And with the mudra, so there's a difference, and actually you may notice that the way that Lama does the Za Hong Bam Ho is a different style. So this one is, when we, and actually even furthermore, there's two different styles here in this text, because there's the way that you do the Za Hong Bam Ho mudra with the self-generation, and then the way you do it with the frontal generation. So with the self-generation, it's the same as what we're used to, Za Hong Bam, but then you cross the arms like that. So that's the dissolving into you and becoming non-dual. Or not like that, like this. So watch him, not me. Za Hong Bam Ho. Yeah.
dwenji kapsu te jikpa re yin pa so za hong bam ho se pa ka.
And so with the frontal generation, it's the same, except the difference is that it's facing outward. Yeah.
Teni che pa te san yo re.
And so there's that difference there.
Mpa si tang re wa te sa ke. Mpa si tang, sem ku mpa si tang te sa ke. Sa ja si jo te ke sem ku mpa si tang ti nam jor te. Sa ja te ke sem te lan sam sem te chi ge yo re. In sam sem te ke su po te chi ge yo re ba. Sam ti sa ja te ke sem la te sa ka ro pa se ne. 사자 마제나 되니 양 참참 세대에서 그 영로릭 같이 양 버지 어촉신 사자 신도 거지데 제 사자데 세원 파제 양 디찰 센데 로요 베다레 사자 준이 세면 셈 가한 로요 하고요 말 데데스 핀토요 요데오래 되죠.
And so the main thing is like kind of where it's really has to do with like the inclination of the mind, the attitude of the mind, and there's the connection there with these mudras and the mind, what's happening inwardly. So it's an interesting thing. Like sometimes it's like the mind that is directing the mudras. But it can actually be the other way around, that the mudras are directing the mind, and that's the way in which they also become a support to the practice. Because that way, when we're physically, doing the activities of ritual, we're doing the mudras with our hands, this also kind of helps in kind of collecting the mind into the practice, so that the mind is there together with what we're doing. And so it becomes an aid to the practice in this way. And that's also why Garchen Rinpoche sometimes is very emphatic about the importance of doing all the mudras, really learning the mudras and doing all the mudras with the practice, because it helps to keep the mind connected and undistracted, connected to the practice. And otherwise, sometimes like the mudras arise and then it's like, like where is the mind? Sometimes it's not there with the practice. So it helps to kind of like, collect. Oh, they couldn't see the mudra. Yeah, they zoom, kungso zoom la yorwa de la. The camera yorwa. Then kungso garsi te tong tuna. So with za, it's like that. If you can see za, and then hong. It's like that. And then ho, so the crossing of the wrists there.
Yeah. And
then with this, so that's for the self-generation. The frontal visualization, which comes later in the text, the Za Hong Bam Ho is the same. It's just the last mudra part that's different. So Za Hong Bam Ho. So it's a reverse. It's facing outwards. Your wrists are crossed, but your hands are facing outwards.
但得了阿贝克个的什么些红事情，统统进到，这被同大忙不停的东西有的，这他这办那的到他，完了坚持，完了的忘过了说话的，真的完了个忘过了，真的是说什么地方电脑的东西多，这种的，大人个都干的杨家伙认真真的忘了家伙人啊，都要的拍上300岁，真的得了忘过了个说话的。等你忘了个的，本把个忘过，可真忘过那引荐呢，我让了忘过呢，等你忘本票的叫呢嘛，弄呢，肉不干呢，缺了嘛牙lø呢，是吧？缺了嘛牙lø王把这个就走了，等你200米去，我已经把脚上上吧，等这是呢，没把车上去，等那有的电话的结果嘛，多么多，他讲呢，等这是呢，电话的单呢，没把带到谁个。
And so then we have this mantra Abhishekata Samaya Shriye Hung. So this is connected with empowerment. So again, because this is an abbreviated text, that's all we have here in this section that represents that whole process of the empowerment. So for instance, it was similar when we actually did the empowerment last night, for instance, where we, we summon or we we invite the empowerment deities of the 5 Buddha families. And so this is, sometimes it's said, this mantra is explained in different ways. Sometimes it's like connected with, the invitation, inviting the empowerment deities, or sometimes it's said to be connected with like requesting the empowerment, requesting them to bestow empowerment. So in any case here, all contained within this mantra, we can visualize that the 5 Buddha families, the empowerment deities of the 5 Buddha families are invited. They come, carrying a vase, like the empowerment vase filled with, the water, empowerment water that then is bestowed upon you. They tip the vase and the water enters your crown and fully fills your body. And the leftover excess water overflows at your crown and then forms the jewel, the crown jewel of, in this case, Buddha Amitabha. So here, none of that is mentioned, but we can think that that's what happens here, that we receive the empowerment from the 5 Buddha families.
Oh yeah, that's right. Then it is in Chuba, Chuba, that dear Gobson Chuba, the young Tessaran, Tangaran, the Yadam, Yajenro Matini, so can Chuba Solon Boko is a mandava, Conducing Boko is a mandava, in the summer. Tell a day song you Churgalai long June Nagi. Churgalai long Jew said the correct Samba Zamji Younger, Rayanji Younger, no young. Tea na is in it. Tea Chubak Latan Chujetus or Rayinkaswa. Yana Rang le dirty Ranchu, Yazam to the song you are. Young Driptap Kahian and Rang took on a wasn't on a dele. Then in Chupala Mambo and Chujans and Bamambo. Takatani ya chuba sen. Tene yang jaji tokala temsuma. Tende yang song yore. Kandana tende ra yin ji song ya wan chuba. Ma do tela ji semra go sa mari ta ngan. Ya dam yi teni ne kandu sin chuba ji yang bun do ko ri san. Tende semra go sa mari.
Tsikashe lak song gungta de barla de penarango
Rang le song xin. Yang zab nan tene yore. Rang le song xin rang chu be se. Chu ze yin ji gang man sa se. Mune se ne tende se ne.
Rang le zungwa rang chupa.
Rang le song xin. Yang na rang le zhe xin rang chu ba. Tene chu ze yin ba de so te goya yo ma rin gang man sa se no. The tin na yin ridwa. Da gore.
So then we have the section of, then we have these mudras and mantras for the offering. And so we might have the thought like, oh, but we ourselves are the Yidam deity were Tara. So who are the offerings being made to? Are we making offerings to ourselves? But what it sort of like transcends, this idea of like inner and outer. All offerings are kind of these magically emanated offerings, which is in also in some of the Yangzap literature. There's a line that says the offerings are arisen from oneself, and like are like self-fulfilled offerings. So it is kind of like just offering for the sake of offering. It is sort of without these concepts of like what is being offered and someone to whom these offerings are being made. Sometimes there are these different visualizations, like for instance, heart rays stream out from the heart center, and then the like 16 offering goddesses appear, and they have all of their specific offerings, each one that are made, and then they dissolve back into the heart. But you don't have to like worry about that here. It's just sort of this these offerings that spontaneously arise and are like sort of spontaneously made and kind of accomplished, within kind of this space of non-duality.
Dati tuba ka tsekta de se yana da sroni je injektin de che go changba da jarzin da wanso da yawo jimbo yola so ba de to da ne ba da ko cherek cheche de ga de da ya jipchen ro mala luk ko go ne sa da nga ko go ne da ba ko de yang nin bo go ne to tsek de ya bo yo san ba de se na ti tsek la da la min de wa Tendesena Tina Yesena Yatopan Yore Samba Sena Joyor Yang Samsamin and the two parts so Daki Caps two parts so La Yang the Latte Kosong to Yontin Telaka Cheve Ko Cheve Yontin to Soya Jinso Sepana Tendeje Yang Chagayor, Tendeje Samatana and Riore.
And so then we have the praise, which is just embodied by these 4 lines of gods and demigods with their crowns at your lotus feet. Pay homage to you, homage and praise to Mother Tara, you who free from all impoverishments. So there are sometimes, very kind of extensive explanations of this praise that, all of the different kind of beings and like different levels of gods like Brahma and Indra and Shiva and so forth, that they're all making, these, the coming and, with their crowns at Tara's lotus feet, paying homage and giving praise. And then also, so this is sort of just in general, these condensed into these 4 lines, and then sometimes there are explanations where all of the different specific qualities of Tara's enlightened body, speech, and mind are reflected upon, and that is also then contained within the praise. So it's fine to also think of it in that way too, like praising her enlightened body, speech, and mind.
That's why you
So we can finish today's instructions here, and then we can pick up tomorrow and continue reciting the mantra. And we can make some time in the afternoon session if anybody has any questions. We can have a little bit of time also relegated to question and answer.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Om Dare De Dare Dore Mama Jana Baya Badengoro So Om Dare De Dare Dore Mama Baya Badengoro So Om Dare De Dare Dore Mama Jana Baya Badengoro So Om Dare 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 Mama Jana Bene Bene Gorozo. Om 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 Dare Bene Gorozo. Om Dare Dare Mama Jana Bene 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 Bene Gorozo. Om Dare Dare Mama Om Dare Dare Mama Jana Bene Bene Gorozo. Don le renge no to don
Page 5.
mone do yong a de jon den de marba ba de la me go ze ja den ja den de den dan ro gon zemba.
From emptiness in a jeweled vessel appears the Torma endowed with the 5 desirable sense qualities. I offer to you Bhagavati. May the lives of glorious lamas and the Buddha's teachings flourish, and by that power may longevity increase for patrons and sentient beings. Top of page 6. In front is a mandala, which is the abundantly arrayed pure realm, lovely to behold, and upon a glowing Udumbara flower in the center is a Bhagavati, blazing resplendent with marks and signs, one face and 7 eyes, her right hand in the generosity mudra, holding in her left hand Utpala. She's adorned with silks and precious gems. At her crown is Amitabha, and in her 3 places Om, Ah, and Hung. From the tom at her heart center light streams to Akanishta and invites the wisdom being resembling herself, who then merges indivisibly. Om Bhagavati Buddhas and their heirs, when I invoke you through the force of undivided faith, out of great love and compassion, think of me and come.
Om Ayatarin Benja Samayanza Dejale. Substances of offering, both real and imagined, I offer to the noble assembly as an ocean of Samanta Bhadra's offering clouds, outer, inner, secret, and suchness, water to drink and water to bathe, flowers, incense, butter, lamps, perfume, food and music, the 5 pleasurable
objects of the senses along with the royal emblems and auspicious symbols, the wealth of gods and humans. You have to add, so in the next line it says Rupa Shabda Rasa. Actually, in between a Shabda and Rasa should be Ginde. So you can just add that there. So it should read Rupa Shabda Ginde Rasa.
Okay.
Mount Meru and the four continents, subcontinents and the enclosure, the divine realms and 3 billion-fold Saha world system, the ornament of Vairochana, all things owned and all those not owned, I imagine them and offer to you Bhagavati.
Rana Mandala Punja Bengal Saya Pöje Soye Medora Rera Leye Nye De Jambande Sanje Yen La Meg De Purvaya Draga Nam Da Yen Da
This vast ground cleansed with scented water, strewn with flowers, ornamented by Mount Meru and the 4 continents, with the sun and moon I offer it, visualized as a Buddha field. May all beings enjoy completely pure realms. Oh, Dichikpo? Okay. So then we'll just, from now, because we have less time, we'll just do in English. Noble Lady Aryatara, with all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, residing in the 10 directions, and 3 times with pure faith I prostrate. I offer both real and imagined flowers, incense, light, fragrances, food, music, and the like, please receive them. Assembly of the noble lady, since beginningless time until now, the 10 non-virtues, 5 heinous crimes, all negativity triggered by mind under the sway of affliction. I lay bare and rejoice in merit all that's been gathered in the 3 times by Shravakas, Pratyekya Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and all general beings. Please turn the Dharma wheel in accord with the different minds and thoughts of beings, the greater, lesser, and the common vehicles, and until samsara is emptied out, please do not pass on to nirvana, but with compassion please look after all sentient beings drowning in the ocean of suffering. May whatever merit I've gathered all go toward the cause of awakening, and before long may I become a glorious guide for all wandering beings.
Om Bengane Dade Da Om Pe Om Sobhawa Shadai Sarva Dharma Sobhawa Shado Renjeno De Dorma De Zedje Pamal
In the jeweled vessel is a torma, as a pure essence of ambrosia. To the noble lady I offer, please cause wealth and splendor to increase. Dromati. Chichina buye china yaksa. Kain nga di dadung shira yapokogumado. So we'll do the 21 taras just in Tibetan this time.
Om Jeb Zaman Pamadoi Malachansa Lo Chata Doma Nyama Parmo Jine Gaje Lodan Rama Jide Songo Jide Kyaje Kesha Sewa Lene Joma Santa Tanga Dawa Ganda Kawa Jane Chepe Yarma Karma Tondo Sopanam Je Rabde Seve Uram Parma Santa Sengo Jene Jeje Peme Sone Namba Jema Jemba Zandre Kata Yewa Zeba Sande Jaya Nyema Santa De Yen Yeba Todon Taye Namba Jawa Jema Male Para Semba Tabe Jawa Seje Shende Dema samsa de tara ho ye ge do da so da nam ka ka ma ji de do bo ya de ne de le ba me ba go ba ne ma chan sa ja ze me lo zo bo lo lo no zo wa sun je ma yo mo ro lan de sa nan do no je zo je de ne de ma samsa de je sa dan pe je paron rong go ra dan jo ma ye ga yan ja ya de ne de me bon to ba shen de ba ma chan sa de re je ba je mo de ja ba wo na ban jo ma che de yan ne ta nye de de da wo tan je ma le so ma sam sa kan jo son so sa je so ne to ga je ma le so je ngo la je de rang ga wo je so na to ma sam sa ra da ga wa je ba wo je ja wa be ma ye ba ra ye de da ra ye de dan je de wan dan ze ma sa da sa ye jo wa zo na tam jian go ba ne ma nye ma ta nye yo wa ye ge hong ge pong ba tam jian na ba zhe ma jian sa da wa den be wei jin jin ba tam jian xian zhen ba ma ra be zhong na wo ba me le ta ba xian de wo nan zhe ma jian sa de ren de de me dan ba ren zhen wo wo na ne ma ye jiang yong kong ko ne ko ga da ye bo ne na ban jo ma jiang sa sa ye ngo la cha ge te je no je xia je dong ma dong ye jin ze ye he huang ga ren bo dong bo na ne ge ma jiang sa de ma ge ma ye ma nian en de ge je ye nye ma suo da yan da den be de guo jian bo jo ba nye ma jiang sa ko ne ko ra ga ye da ye le ne rab den ge ma ye jo bo nga la gu be re ba hong le don ma nye ma sam sa de re yang tung ge nam be sa ho nye ma re ra ma da ra dam be yin je de so na yo a nye ma sam sa la yen so ye nam be re da da je so na nam ma da ra nye jo pe ye ye ge to na ma le ba ne se ma sam sa nya da na ya me ya man je dam ku ne ko ja ga wa je je zo dam ma la ngin bo se ma sam sa nya ma da wa je be je nye bo la wo ra sa ma ha ra nye jo do da ra ye xin de da be re ne se ma sam sa de nye san nan ge be xian ta da yan da de ma den dong ro la no jin zo nam jo ba de re ram jo nye ma zo nga je de ban de dang jiang sa wa ne ni xiu da je yin ji de na ji lo ya na
Then,
do ma ya ni je
you take the indicator.
je to lo ya
Okay, that's it. So we do.
ma lo ne ya jian ro ma ba
Alright.
Om, homage to the noble exalted Tara. Homage Tara, swift, courageous, eyes as fast as lightning, sprung from Lord Genresig's bursting, lotus heart, eyes ocean of tears. Homage Tara, whose face blends 100 autumn moons at their peak, shining with... Got it? So within fast and resembled a homage Tara, golden mother, hand adorned with a blue lotus, giving. Garela?
ta na ya bo lo so ta da
Oh, okay. So he said, we did it good this morning. This is not, we're not doing it good now. So I have to say, I don't know this. This is not my translation. So so it's just like a learning curve. But so how did we do it before? This just happened. I don't know. Yeah. How did anybody remember? How did we do it in the morning? Homage Tara, swift, courageous, fast as lightning, sprung from Lord Genresig's bursting, lotus heart, eyes, ocean of tears. Homage Tara, whose face spans 100 autumn moons at their peak, shining with expanding brightness, like 1,000 stars assembled. Homage Tara, golden mother, hand adorned with a blue lotus, giving effort, diligence, peace, patience, meditation, your sphere. Homage, Tara, thus on one's crown. Your victorious deeds are boundless, relied on by bodhisattvas who have gained every perfection. Homage, Tara, filling form, space, desire realms with Tara, and whom trampling 7 worlds with your feet able to summon all. Homage, Tara, served by Indra, Agni, Brahma, Maru, mighties, praised in songs by hosts of spirits, zombies, centaurs, and yakshas. Homage, Tara, with trade and paid, you crush magic wheels of others, your feet pressing left out, right in, blazing in a raging fire. Homage to Re, very dreadful, destroyer of Mara's soldiers, frowning with a fury on your lotus face, you slay opponents. Homage, Tara, at your heart you form the mudra of 3 jewels. Your wheel shines in all directions with a swirling sea of light rays. Homage, Tara, crown emitting like garlands of jubilant joy, with mocking to Tara laughter, demons and the world you conquer. Homage, Tara, who can summon all the hosts of earth protectors, frowning, scowling with lively hung, you save from every misfortune. Homage, Tara, with crescent moon, crown all ornaments bright shining. Amitabha in your hair, not shining with eternal radiance. Homage, Tara, in a blazing, eon-ending fire garland, right leg stretched out and left drawn in. Joy surrounds you as you slay foes. Homage, Tara, striking the ground with palm, stomping it with your feet, frowning wrathfully, shouting home. 7 underworlds you shatter. Homage, Tara, blissful, pure calm, you who acts from peace nirvana, endowed with Soha and Om, you lay waste to the greatest evil. Homage, Tara, joy surrounds you as you crush enemies' bodies. Savors born from Rikpa-hung, speed proclaiming 10 sea letters. Homage to Re, stamping your feet, you whose essence is the shape hung, shaking Mount Meru Mandara, Bindu Chalan, the triple world. Homage, Tara, holding a hair, marked moon like a heavenly lake, with twice spoken Tara and pay. You fully erase all poison. Homage, Tara, served by rulers of gods, kinnaras, and devas, armored in all cheerful splendor. You dispel nightmares and conflicts. Homage, Tara, your eyes shining with the light of sun and full moon. You dispel severe contagion with twice Hara and 2 Tara. Homage, Tara, whose 3 natures command peace, creating power. You slay spirits, the walking dead, Yaksha's most exalted Ture. This is the praise with Marut mantra, and these are 21 attributes.
Page 10.
So we're back in the text now, the Tara text on page 10.
Loim pado do je dan do de mi jang cho ni zo de je gong je 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 man de ye de de yin sang je sho.
Noble Tara, through your compassion, my own and beings to obscurations are cleansed, and to accumulations are perfected, and all lifetimes may bad conditions, the 8 and 10 fears, be pacified, and may our practice, diligence, and dharma wealth increase. May all beings be liberated from danger and become Buddhas like you.
Ngồi bà mẹ tô gờ đông con ngân trên có ôn trơ đông dễ dễ bà dễ bà dô.
At the heart of the noble lady, the mantra chain circles a white tom, light streams fulfilling the benefits as lifespan and splendor increases.
Om Dare Dure Mama Yanjana Punya Belen Guru Sova. Om Dare Dure Mama Yanjana Punya Belen Guru Sova. Om Dare Dure Mama Yanjana Punya Belen Guru Sova. Om Dare Dure Mama Yanjana Punya Belen Guru Sova. Om Dare
Dare mama jana bune bune guru sova. Dare mama jana bune bune guru sova.
Om Dare Mama Jana Baya Badang Guru Sova. Om Dare Mama Jana Baya Badang Guru Sova. Om Dare Mama Jana Baya Badang Guru Sova. Om Dare Mama Jana Baya Badang Guru Sova. Om Dare Mama Yanjana Panya 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 Badang Guru Sova. Om Dare Mama Yanjana Sova. Om Dare Mama Yanjana Panya Badang Guru 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 Sova. Om Dare Om Dare De Dare Dare Mamaya Janabaya Balengoro So Om Dare De Dare Dare Mamaya Janabaya Balengoro So Om Dare De Dare Dare Mamaya Janabaya Balengoro So Om Dare De Dare Dare Mamaya Janabaya Balengoro So Om Dare De Dare Dare Mamaya Janabaya Balengoro So Om Dare De Dare Dare Mamaya Janabaya Mamaya Janabaya Balengoro So Om Dare De Dare Dare Mamaya Janabaya Balengoro So Om Dare De Dare Dare Mamaya Janabaya Balengoro So Om Dare De Dare Dare Mamaya Janabaya Balengoro So Om Dare De Dare Dare Mamaya Janabaya Balengoro So Om Dare De Dare Dare Mamaya Janabaya Balengoro So Om Dare De Dare Dare Mamaya Janabaya Balengoro So Om Dare De Dare Dare Mamaya Janabaya Balengoro So Om Dare De Dare Dare Mamaya Janabaya Balengoro So 다 인칭을 통제돼.
So we'll do the 7 verses in English. Within the mother unborn Dharmadhatu resides a mother noble goddess Tara, mother who gives ease to all sentient ones. Please provide protection for me from all fear. It's not knowing oneself as a Dharmakaya. Mind has fallen under the sway of kleshas. For mother sentient beings roaming samsara. Mother goddess, please provide your protection. When Dharma has not arisen from the heart, one can get caught up in word-based sophistry. For those led astray by misguided doctrine, Mother perfect goddess, provide protection. One's own mind so difficult to realize. Once it's seen, we then do not habituate. For those distracted by negative actions, Mother mindful goddess, provide protection. Due to habits of dualistic fixation, to the self-born mind that is non-dual wisdom. For those who are bound no matter what they do, goddess of non-dual mind, provide protection. Though one may have realized the perfect meaning, karmic interdependence may not be known. For those confused about what is to be known, Mother all-seeing goddess, provide protection. Though everything is indivisible from the nature of unelaborated space, still for those of us who are your disciples, Mother perfect Buddha, provide protection.
Om Ayatare Sopare Varagam Bode Bebe Dube Aloge Ganda Nevede Shabdavade Zoso.
songs at your lotus feet pay homage to you. Homage and praise to Mother Tara, you who free from all impoverishments.
Yadare Samaya Manapalaya Yadare Dinoba Didanda Dome Bava Sodakaya Meba Subhajaya Mebava Narado Mebava Sarvaside Medaya Dasava Karmazita Siddham Yeyam Guru Bangava Yadare Mamemeda Yadare Bava Samaya Sado Om Ayadare Samaya Manapalaya Ayadare Dino Tidanda Dome Bava Sudekaya Me Bava Subhajaya Me Bava Narado Me Bava Sarvaside Me Bhayada Sarva Karma Sadame Jadayam Guru Bhagavate Ayadare Mamem Ayadare Bhavama Samaya Sadho Om Ayadare Samaya Manapalaya Ayadare Dinova Didana Dome Bhava Sudekaya Me Bhava Subhajaya Me Bhava Narado Me Bhava Sarvaside Me Bhava Suvakama Sudame Siddhanshayam Guru Bhagavate Ayadare Mamame Ayadare Bhavama Samaya Sadho Manjayan Samadhada Dalo Mambe Vangane Mambagan Jezun Zola Madadamba Zovarek
Anything lacking or incomplete, please forgive whatever mistakes done due to my mind under delusion, and bestow the sublime attainments.
Om Dana Dinta Linja Dong Korva Sida Yoneja Neneja Da Waso So Jona Lepa Zardo.
Please remain here amid samsara, connected with this support, and grant freedom from disease, long life and might. Please kindly bestow all things supreme.
Then, Zoram Galandu Yala, Latan Ransom Yermipa, Chuyen Yumangang to Yas, Senior, Tetana, and there's a comdar.
So here, then we meditate a little bit on the completion stage. So thinking that you and the deity kind of dissolve into light and dissolve into the non-referentiality of the Dharma Kaya.
Oi la da ra se ye me pa ju ye nyong ma ngang do ya. Oi jam sin se mu wan ja da la min je be mo de nye
Last line for
la ma la ye tra ye
So last line 14. Yeah, like the glory of a victory, banners speak as gods and humans make offerings to you, you grand cities. May there be the auspiciousness of spiritual teachers and deities. By the virtue of my offerings, approach and accomplishment, may all wandering beings swiftly accomplish you.
Okay. Take lunch break.
So we'll meet back then at 2.
Right. Yes. If you want this closer here, you bring the bells. That's okay. Bell and doorje if you want.
Okay.
So if anyone wants to,
I think you'll say anything.
Okay, so thank you, everyone. We will meet back here at 2 p.m. after lunch. So that's 2 p.m. Eastern time. And also we have, Lamala just told me actually, in this text, there isn't, you may have noticed, there's not the dissolution, but he's going to add a dissolution, so we'll pass that out.
Yeah, I looked at it because Jeff's coming, my brother's coming.
Yeah, now I know. Oh, okay. Long, it's pretty straightforward. Yeah. I didn't know Oh, yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. Good question and answer. Or, I mean, actually, no one else knows, but we'll ask. Yes, we're not recycling that section. Recycling, that's only like, we only do it if like we do like at the end of a big retreat or something, like at the very end. I might even be recite it at the very end.
Did you make a comment about it?
He did. I just know that because that's, yeah.
One of the suggestions was, to indicate in the English that stop here and put it on the paper. Supposed to be stuck.
Oh, 'cause we, right, we did.
But if you're just reading the English,